Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is having a beautiful Sunday. And welcome to Escape to Nature. And thank you so much for joining us. We are, of course, in the beautiful Okokoyo in Namibia. My name is Lisa, and I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And as always, we are live, we are interactive, so please do get in touch with us today. This is your safari, and we love to hear from you. So please do send through any questions, comments, suggestions throughout the day, and we can have a little chat. We actually just missed out on some zebras, about 6 or 7 of them, that just came for some water and then they took off again. However, I am not bleak about that, because hopefully the rest of the animals will also start showing themselves again. And we've got our beautiful Egyptian goslings saying good morning. All 6 of them still, so I'm very happy about that. Very good parents we have here. You see? Always attacking something. But it seems like it will be a fairly sunny day here in the beautiful Okokoyo. But let's have a look at our weather in our other locations as well. Woo, 32 degrees Celsius for Okokoyo, so hopefully we'll have a lot of animal activity at the waterhole. As I say, I am positive, as I've also already seen some zebras, so hopefully the rest of the animals too come to the water. And let me know what it is that you are doing on your beautiful Sunday. Apart from, of course, spending some time with us on Escape to Nature, what else are you up to? Have you got any plans for the day? Are you just going to be taking it easy? I know a lot of people are going back to work tomorrow if they have not already again. So perhaps it is your last day just to be resting, taking it easy. Do let me know what you are up to. Good morning, Sharon. Thank you for your comment. I'm very excited with all of you as well. And as I said, it is a very peaceful Sunday, but hopefully we get some animal activity at the waterholes today. And then, of course, our other locations as well. But as always, we will not put any pressure on Mother Nature. We will just take it easy, have no expectations, and hopefully we get spoiled with a little treat. Or a big treat. I am due for elephants after all. And I know I've been saying this every single day for the past 4 days, but it really is so incredible to see the change in behavior from the adults to the goslings. Because when I initially first saw them on Thursday, they were glued to the parents. They were not really allowed to, wander off by themselves, but you can already see they know exactly how to forage and to do their own thing. The parents are, of course, staying close by, but giving them a little bit of space. And of course, that is crucial. They have to become independent as soon as possible. And they are still very, very vulnerable to raptors, jackals, all sorts of things out here. Good morning, Picasso. Always wonderful to hear from you. You would like to know if birds ever collide with each other. Do you mean just like fight with each other or like physically fly into each other? Because both of those do happen, of course, yes. Specifically with the Egyptian geese, they are in general very, very feisty birds. But specifically now that they have the youngsters, they will be even more defensive. But if you mean in actual flight, it doesn't really happen when they are just, generally flying. However, if, for instance, I've referred to the sighting before, but last year there was a very, very amazing sighting in the Kalahari of two Lana falcons. And the red-billed quillias, were coming and going to the water. And as you know, they come in flocks of thousands. And amongst 1,000 of quillias, these two Lana falcons targeted the same quillia. And with diving down to go in for the kill, they actually collided in flight. So that definitely can happen, yes. But as I say, in general, animals are very protective and defensive, even more so when they do have young or when it comes to food, of course. I have to say I'm the same. Not when it comes to young. I don't have any young, but but when it comes to food, if someone is trying to go for my food, then I will definitely be colliding with them as well. So definitely yes, Picasso. Ooh, what is that? I think it's probably just a guinea fowl. Let me just have a look-see. Just a helmeted guinea fowl and a swallow. I'm not sure what swallow that was. Most probably the pearl-breasted swallows. And how peaceful is this? I think definitely we will be taking a lot of time today just to listen to all of the beautiful bird calls. Embrace the beautiful scenery we have around. And hopefully in between we will also get some animal action.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back to school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
I'm not sure what those black specks on the horizon are. Let me just see if I can have a look. It's more guinea fowl. This location can be so deceiving sometimes because it really seems very, very far away. So I thought that might be wildebeest or something. And in fact, it is not that far away and it is not that big. They are merely guinea fowls. But you can actually see the green coming through the rocks. And I have been saying this for the past few days. I'm really so excited for the proper rains to arrive. Because even just with a little bit of rain there's been, you can see there's already a slight change with the vegetation and the landscape. And I'm very, very excited to see how that is going to change not only the location, but to see what is going to be happening with the animals. Will they be visiting the waterhole even more? Because of course, you know, the actual waterhole will also fill up. Or will they not visit us as frequently anymore because they might have other waterholes or other puddles? Harold, good morning. You would like to know where are the sandpipers in the summer or this summer. We actually had some the other day, or I think it was one or two on the Juma Dam camp. However, that being said, Harold, anything in this location camouflages so well. I do, however, believe that as soon as the rain has properly started, then those sort of birds will also come to the waterhole. Of course, rain influences so many things in nature. Not only the movement of animals, and it doesn't restrict them as much anymore, but of course at an actual waterhole you'll find a lot more water birds, like we've been seeing in Juma, for instance, with all of the storks, the sandpipers, a lot of the other water birds as well, the herons. So hopefully, but Harold, I will make it my mission to look for a sandpiper for you. But that being said, as I say, the birds camouflage brilliantly amongst these rocks, but I will definitely look for one. Just want to have a look-see. I apologize if your screen is going to give the shakes a little bit. I just want to have a look and see if our eagles have returned today. Because I do see a tiny black speck at the top of the tree. Just want to have a look. Indeed, there is in fact an eagle in this tree. However, it is going to be a little bit tricky to ID it, just purely because it's so far away. If you have any thoughts, do let me know. At first glance, I'm thinking perhaps brown snake eagle. Does look a bit big though. Just bear with me. I'm going to try one more time. Hopefully the wind isn't too bad for the camera. Let me know what you think what that raptor is. I have my thoughts on IDing it, but I would love to hear what you guys think. Of course, as always, it's good to exchange ideas, hear what everyone thinks. And I found specifically with raptors, and I often find this with our zoomies as well on the Juma Dam camp. If there's a raptor, we all have different opinions on what it might be. Of course, summertime is an interesting time when it comes to birding and raptors in particular, as they've got a lot of different forms. But let me know what you think that is. And I'm wondering if they don't have a nest, because they keep returning to that particular spot. Chelsea, good morning. You would like to know if birds of prey mate for life. To our knowledge, yes. A lot of birds are monogamous in general, but specifically the raptors, the birds of prey, we do find that they are often monogamous, as we, of course, know there's a lot of brilliant programs and conservation projects out there that actually monitor the different birds and are in fact able to ID them. So then they often find, okay, well, this is the exact same couple from last year. Often, raptors specifically will also use the same nesting site if it hasn't been disturbed either by other birds or by us as humans, of course, or perhaps weather. That does also happen, that weather sometimes destroys nests. But yes, in fact, they are, Chelsea. Again, to our knowledge. We tend to think, animals do a certain thing and that is always going to be the norm for that specific species. But of course, animals adapt to the environment, to the weather patterns. Woo, we've got the whole Namibia springbok here this morning. And again, so incredible how well they camouflage. Gio, good morning. You would like to know if some antelope species are closer related as opposed to others. Definitely. I mean, of course, antelopes all belong to one family, but definitely, for instance, a kudu and a nyala, they are closer related as opposed to a springbok and an eland. Definitely, you will find that in antelope species and in general in a lot of mammal species, of course. But with antelope, of course, they all are vegetarian. However, then you start breaking it down to their diets, the different biomes you'll find them in because of their diet, etc., etc. So definitely very interesting to actually start analyzing the different antelope species, different mammals in general as well. Oh, there's a springbok lying down. That is not something we see every day. I know it sounds very silly, but I'm very excited to see this mini springbok. And as I mentioned, to already have seen the zebras, because we have had quite a few quiet days today. Not today, the past few days. And so when the animal starts becoming active again, it's definitely a good sign. And again, I have no idea why they have been absent at this particular waterhole. Perhaps they went to another source, But from what we learned, this is really one of their main sources when it comes to water in Namibia, and particularly this region. Good morning, little grebes. Very noisy this morning. It's going to be interesting to see this interaction, hopefully. If that springbok comes too close to the Egyptian geese, one of the parents will lose their minds. Nope, the springbok are safe. Yesterday one got attacked. Not attacked, but mock charged by one of the Egyptian geese. Of course, even though both of them are vegetarians mainly, they won't really go for each other. But again, Egyptian geese are generally very tenacious and feisty, and even more so when they do have youngsters to protect. Ooh, perhaps we'll see something now. Thought so. Just beautiful. But speaking about interactions and of course beautiful antelopes, I'm going to send you over to Nick, who's got some beautiful antelopes of his own.
Hey, good morning from Kariega. And we've got a cracker scene to start our escape to nature for today. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. Yeah, and hopefully we can get some lovely sightings, can pass on some new information, chat about some photographic techniques and ideas. yeah, and basically just see what comes our way. Nice hot day today. A little bit of a breeze starting to come up, but we've got some lovely conditions with us today, so I'm sure we'll have some amazing game viewing. You can see we've got quite a nice big herd of eland and some blesbok in the foreground there. So I feel like while it's nice and cool, it seems like everybody's doing a little bit of feeding. If you weren't able to join us for our sunrise safari, we did have a nice big herd of buffalo coming down towards Scotia Dam area. They've now slowly started to move off and are doing a little bit of feeding.
Sorry about that. We'll get back. We'll get Nick back as soon as we can. We do apologize. But I am still just observing these Egyptian geese. And it's rather funny how they react to the springbok. They seem in the clear now. But as soon as another springbok comes too close, they will be on it again. On their case, chasing them, shouting at them as they always do. So with a springbok, what we generally see is when they come to the waterhole, they actually get into the water, they cool off. Of course, it's not that hot and humid yet. It will, however, hopefully if the weather forecast maintains its promise, then it will get much hotter today, and hopefully that will also bring forth a lot of animal activity for us. Generally with a springbok, they like getting into the water, and often when they do come to the water hole, they will sort of stick around, as well as the oryx. Of course, those two species are often found in arid areas like this. You'll also find them in the Kalahari, which is a beautiful area in southern Africa that literally looks like the desert. It is absolutely stunning, but it gets very, very hot, very dry, and very humid. But animals such as springbok, oryx, they are made for conditions like that. Aloma, good morning. You would like to know if waterbuck will adjust well here. Yes, I think pretty much if you look at animals in general, they always adapt and acclimate and adjust to the areas as needed. But waterbuck, of course, are very fluffy animals, so they are much hotter very easily. However, that being said, waterbuck, as the name suggests, are very water independent. So they will need a lot of water. Of course, they are grazers, but as are a lot of the antelope we see around here. So I think if they can make it, the waterbuck will definitely also be able to. I always say never when it comes to animals. They are really, really resilient. And they will do whatever they need to. However, I have not personally seen any waterbuck here in Okakoyo, but you do find waterbuck in other regions of Namibia. So it's definitely possible. However, as I say, waterbuck prefer lush, dense areas such as Djuma, for instance.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
And we're still with our nice herd of blesbok and the buffalo in the background. Quite a few young blesbok. You can see we've got 2 of them in the frame. A little bit of a breeze starting to pick up, sort of cooling things down a little bit. But I think those blesbok calves just really enjoying the sun. That one on the right almost lying spread-eagled there. Yeah, and like we were mentioning earlier, in our sunrise safari, we had this herd of buffalo moving past sort of Scotia Dam, they've been doing quite a bit of feeding, but it's been interesting to see how they're still, you can see, actively feeding, but there's almost been a slight change of direction now. And I'm kind of wondering if they're not going to walk towards the camera here a little bit and then arc to their right, our left, the way we're looking at them, back closer to one or two of the mud wallows. Which, I mean, where they are right now is not too far, 200 meters or so, 100 meters. Sophia, thanks for the question. Blesbok and Bontebok relatively similar. So Bontebok, in terms of finding them, generally it's first of all a lot harder to find Bontebok compared to Blesbok. And then, so on the face of a Blesbok, there's that whiter blaze, as they call it. Which is actually divided slightly a little bit into two, whereas with the Blesbok that's going to be sort of one whitish blaze, not sort of separated into two. So that's pretty much going to be your main difference, and then a little bit more whitish colors on the Bontebok as well. But thanks for the question. So I'm just having a look at these buffalo that we can see in the center here. I've been trying to figure out exactly who I think the pathfinder of this herd is, and there's two females that I've seen that seem to be both equally important. One's got a calf and the other does not have a calf. This one that we can kind of see walking is just walked in front of everybody. That is the one that's got the calf. That often when they have headed to the water, she often hasn't been the first one to kind of lead everybody. There is another female which I'll try find just now and point out to you. But if the herd is lying down and she maybe gets up and walks towards the herd, and her calf obviously follows behind her, the herd often makes way for her. So she seems to have some authority. She walks with authority, and the herd kind of knows that. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. The rest of the herd on the right hand side is kind of now starting to turn a little bit. Not too quickly, but you can see they're all kind of still down here. It's always nice to try and figure out who's who in the zoo. Elaine, thanks for the question. In terms of Blesbok dropping their calves, it's usually now in summertime that they look to drop their calves. You can see we've got that one there suckling from mom. So it will be now in summertime. Reason for that, Remember, your blesbok are herbivores, so we've had rains now, so the grasses are nice and green. Lots of food and nutrients easily available for the mother, and that in turn drives solid milk production for the calf. And it's not just for the blesbok. A lot of the animals that we get out here will drop their youngsters in summer. You look at an animal like an elephant. An elephant's not going to be restricted to or focusing on dropping youngsters in summer. They'll kind of give birth throughout the year. As a general rule of thumb, most of your antelope going to have somewhere around a sort of 8-month gestation, somewhere around there, different for different species. You look at your elephant, they're going to have the longest gestation of any animal that we've got out here. They're going to have a gestation of 22 months. So pretty much almost 2 years. So when that youngster is born, already very well developed. Look at buffaloes, their gestation's not going to be nearly as long. Sort of 320 days or so, somewhere around there. Julius, that is such a good question. Does climate change affect the breeding of animals? I think as a general rule of thumb, like we talked about, a lot of animals are going to try and drop their youngsters in summer. However, climate change is bringing a lot of variation in terms of when rainfall comes, how much rainfall comes, even things like temperature. You look at something like a crocodile that relies heavily on temperature. First of all, it's an ectothermic animal. It's a reptile. It can't control its body temperature, so it relies on the environment to heat up and to cool down. But further than that, the sex, the gender of youngsters amongst crocodile is determined by temperature. Whereas you look at your eland, your blesbok, your buffalo, the gender of youngsters will be determined by chromosomes, by genetics. Whereas for the crocodile, it's the opposite way around. So remember, for your crocodile, the female will dig a hole in the bank, usually sort of lining a river or something like that, where the sand's a little bit softer. She'll dig away a hole and she will lay her eggs in the hole there. So then once that's been done, the temperature is going to determine the sex of those little ones. So temperatures ranging from 26 degrees to 30 degrees will produce female crocodiles, whereas 31 degrees to 34 degrees will produce males. So basically, depending upon where in that nest eggs are, there's going to be a slight difference in temperature. And then if you think of climate change and global warming, temperatures are starting to get a lot hotter throughout the world. And if that is the case, is that going to start to produce a skew in terms of a lot more male crocodiles being born than females? So I don't think anyone's really got the answer to what's going to happen there, because it hasn't happened yet, really. But I mean, that's such a good question, and something that, you know, everybody's got to take into consideration. I mean, with climate change happening, we know that there's going to be drastic changes to the environment. You know, obviously climate change is going to be exaggerated at the poles compared to where we are here. So you think of maybe polar bears up in the Arctic there. With temperatures rising, you know, your ice caps and things like that are melting. So polar bears are having to swim further. You know, it's harder for them to hunt because they don't have as much solid ground to work with. So what I'm trying to get at is that it's gonna, climate change will affect everybody, not just specifically a crocodile. You know, it's going to affect everybody, and it'll affect different species differently. It's going to be so interesting to see if it does occur, what actually happens. You know, obviously we've got all of these climate change meetings and things going on, and hopefully we can prevent it. We're talking about sort of the nesting of crocodiles. I saw a female crocodile who laid her eggs on the bank of a river, and so when those little crocodiles, when they manage to, you know, get themselves out of the egg there, they give off this little call, and the mother will hear that. And she then goes and she digs up the nest again. She opens up the sand because those little guys, they're embedded there. So she digs up the sand, and then she will pick them up. I mean, you think of the jaws of a crocodile, sharp teeth. She will pick up all of those little youngsters and she gathers them in her mouth, almost like in the pouch there, very gently picking them up. And she will then take them from the bank and she'll go and slide back down into the river, and she will open up her mouth and the little guys will swim out. And she can do that 2 to 3 times depending upon the amount of little hatchlings that there are. And when she takes them back down into the river, like I said, she'll open her mouth and they'll swim out, but in sort of areas with a bit of cover. So reeds, maybe the overhanging of some trees. You think of matumi trees and things like that often grow along sort of river courses, certain alder trees, water alder and things like that, so that there's basically a little bit of cover for the little ones. Because remember, when those little crocs are born, they're tiny. Big fish can look to catch those little hatchlings. African fish eagles, even other species of eagles could look to catch them. So there's a lot of danger from, you know, raptors, even herons and things like that. And she will protect those little hatchlings for a period of time, just to kind of get them going, give them a little bit of footing for life, you know. Anyways, this specific female that I saw, she did this, and she had 28 little hatchlings, plenty of them. And watch the development of these little ones, and mom protecting them, and, you know, you'd see herons coming closer and she would go and chase these herons off. Hippos come closer and she would even chase hippos off. She didn't want them around. And she took them to this secluded little spot where the water wasn't moving so fast, because she was in quite a big wide river. And this leopard came down to drink. And obviously the leopard approached the section of right where all these little youngsters were. And as the leopard approached, all the youngsters went under the water to hide themselves. The leopard didn't know these little hatchlings were in there, and didn't know that the mother of these hatchlings was in there as well. This leopard came down for a drink, and the mother launched herself at this leopard. He leapt away. I mean, the reflexes of that animal were incredible. He leapt away, but not fast enough. The crocodile grabbed him it was a big male leopard, on his back left leg. And the crocodile kind of tried to pull him towards the water, because that's how crocodiles will usually sort of catch something, a prey species, you know, drag it into the water and drown it. Luckily for this leopard, the leopard managed to escape the jaws, somehow get out of the jaws of this crocodile. But its back left leg did get damaged. And yeah, it was so interesting to watch this leopard. Adrenaline had obviously fueled his system, and he kind of moved off from where that crocodile was, not far, maybe 200-300 meters down the river. And that was his spot for the next sort of 2.5 days. He just didn't go anywhere. And I guess you can't blame him. He must have been feeling so sore. And it was incredible because everybody was kind of thinking, "Sheesh, what's going to happen to this leopard? Is he going to survive? Is he going to succumb to these wounds? Will he be able to hunt still?" But the resilience of all of these animals out here is incredible. And after 2.5 days, he got up. He kind of stretched himself out a little bit, and yeah, off he went. He was one of the dominant males. He went off patrolling, scent marking, like nothing had happened. So I mean, it just goes to show that the resilience of these animals is unreal. Something for a human that you'd think, you've got some serious trouble now. Animals are kind of able to dust themselves off and keep going. But to get back to the initial question, I've sort of went off on a good tangent there, of climate change affecting animals and breeding patterns and things like that. Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see what happens. I feel like the latest sort of BBC series. You look at Planet Earth 2, and you look at Our Planet and things like that. Narrations by David Attenborough, which are just unreal. I mean, he does the best work. But I quite enjoy the fact of they're bringing the sort of climate change into it, and showing sort of the life cycles and processes of specific species, and giving good sort of information in terms of climate change affecting this species in terms of this way, and so on and so forth. There was a scene, I think it was Planet Earth 2, of I can't remember exactly where in the world it was, but it was walrus. There must have been hundreds of walrus, of how, like we were talking about, with the temperatures rising and ice melting, sort of less sort of ice sheets to be able to sit on, and how that was affecting all of these walrus. Yeah, and basically all of these walrus were fighting for space to be able to just simply rest on ice. And there were certain sections of where this ice sheet kind of went up on a steep gradient and up at the top, and walruses were jostling for position, and some of the ones at the top actually got kind of pushed off of the edge to their death. I mean, there was a serious fall. I'm doing a horrible job of describing it, but David Attenborough and the team, the sort of the cinematography, the descriptions, it's amazing. Do yourself a favor and give it a little bit of a watch. In terms of changes in rainfall, obviously the buffalo that we're looking at here, a very, very water dependent species. You head into serious droughts, and they'll be one of the first animals to be seriously affected by a lack of water. You look at a big male buffalo, he's 700 kilos, he's a big animal. And tough to bring down for something like a lion. But I know in when was it? It was about 2014, in sort of Kruger, Sabi Sands area, all along there was a serious drought. And obviously grasses are then shorter. Certain areas it was just dust, barely any grass. So the buffalo weren't getting enough grasses, enough nutrients. Water was hard to find, and you were finding that single lions were just picking off buffalo, which was like unheard of. You usually need a good pride or a coalition of males to bring down a buffalo. Single lionesses were bringing down a buffalo.
Good morning, welcome to Madikwe, where the clouds have covered in blankets of the sky, and well, we feel like they've been messing with our signal, but it's alright. We finally managed to find ourselves in a spot where we can broadcast, and again, the third start in a row with the giraffe lying down. Hello everybody, how are you doing this morning? My name is Steve and I'm joined by Rian on camera, and we are out and about for Escape to Nature here in Madikwe, and it is a beautiful, cool and relaxed morning. We did spend some time with a male lion just before on a giraffe carcass, but it seems like things just aren't working for us there, so we've moved away and we're going to see what else we can find for you this morning. So I invite you to sit back, pour yourself a cup of coffee or tea, put your feet up, take a deep breath and just chill out like this giraffe over here. I think I might have said yesterday, it's quite uncommon to see them lying down. We just don't come across it that often, and now 3 starts in a row we've had it. I think maybe it's just the number of giraffe that we find here in Madikwe. There are many. -1 from yesterday. Now let's pay close attention to the mouth and the throat there. Watch the chewing as it happens. And as soon as the chewing stops, you'll see a moment of halting. The cheeks will empty, and you'll watch that ball of chewed cud go down the throat, and then it'll come back up again almost immediately. Not the same vegetation, other bits that are sitting on top of the rumen waiting to be processed. So let's just watch, see if you can see as soon as the chewing stops. Watch this little ball. Here we go. Oops. And up again. 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Can we try again?
Now that is rumination, and it is the easiest seen in giraffe because of their long neck. You don't really see that in other animals because you can't really see their throat. But what fascinates me is that ball of vegetation that's now been churned up and chopped and covered in saliva and made into very small plant particles, and then goes down into the tummy, to the rumen, and another ball completely separate from that one is somehow gathered inside the stomach. There we go, another one. Oopsie, there it goes. And another one comes up, and that then gets chewed and chopped and covered in saliva, which is loaded with microorganisms which aid in breaking down the vegetation. Not fermented like in elephants and rhino and the like, that there's fermentation that happens in the hind gut. The breakdown of these plant parts happens due to microbial breakdown, and the finer the plant particles, the more surface area there is for attachment of microorganisms for that breakdown. There we go, one more time. And up it comes. So as these bouts of chewing start to decrease in intensity, it probably signals the point where the giraffe's rumen content has been well and truly chomped up, and then it gives it the opportunity to then go feed once more. I've alluded to it many times in the past that this rumination is a huge benefit for animals, as they're able to feed or go and gather food in times of sort of heat stress, or when heat is less stressful. They can go and gather. They gather it very quickly. If you imagine yourself taking a basket and going and gathering a whole lot of vegetables out the garden early in the morning, and then taking that basket to the shade of a tree or into your house to go and then do the processing. The gathering can happen quite quickly, and the processing can take a little bit more time, but that can be done when conditions are more favorable or in a more favorable place. So that is what a ruminating animal is capable of doing. They go through bouts of feeding, bouts of chewing, and so on throughout the day. Now, the difficulty comes in for most animals apart from giraffe is when the vegetation itself loses its quality. When it loses its quality, then they tend to find less nutrients out of what they're feeding on. And that's why in the drought or the dry season, our browsers exclusively like kudu seem to do quite badly. But giraffe are able to feed on all parts of the tree, and they don't ever seem to be without good sustenance. So Buddha, you want to know if they always chew the same way. Now, we're going to have to check. I think we're just going to have to look at this giraffe and another giraffe and see if it is the same chewing action from the jaw going down and to the left and up and around. Down, to the left and up and around. I don't know. But that grinding, mastication, maceration is so important, and the giraffe's teeth, like all browsers, are very angular, very sharp, angular teeth to break down the leaf vegetation. Mixed feeders have got less angular teeth, although still quite sharp, and then your grazers have got relatively flat teeth for more of a squashing of, churning up vegetation, grinding. Warthogs are quite flat teeth, quite flat molars. So I don't know if the jaw always operates the same way. We shall have to just have a look. Anti-clockwise. Or if you're the giraffe, it's clockwise. I don't really know. So the benefit of being a ruminant in the wet season when conditions are good and when it's hot, the importance of shade. That's why we have such a wide variety of ruminants. Another one lying down. Wide variety of ruminants in the savanna biome. Wide variety, able to adapt here, sit in the shade when conditions are not favorable. That one looks like it's doing the same. No, I don't know. Difficult to see from this angle. What do you think, Rian? Down. No, it's going right. Right to left. So now we get the opposite in the non-ruminants, also known as the hindgut fermenters. They've got a very different digestive system altogether. So ruminants versus non-ruminants, quite easy to understand. You might hear those words and think, what are you talking about? Ruminants, non-ruminants. Well, a ruminant is essentially an animal with a four-chambered stomach. It's not necessarily four stomachs, but it's four chambers. And they are able to maximize the breakdown of the food that they feed on. We often say, I'm going to ruminate on that. Basically means I'm going to think about that. Gives us a moment. And when we see a ruminant doing that, they are in a very low mental capacity. So I like to refer to it as meditation. So the benefits that they derive from it is that they can completely drop brain capacity. So through meditation we know that we can rest our mind. And if the giraffe or the ruminant is able to tuck its legs up as well, then they're resting the body. Now the ruminant stomachs have four compartments. The rumen, that's where they collect all the vegetation. In quick succession they go feeding, and they don't really chew it, they just grab it and just swallow. That is the rumen. Then from the rumen, once the particles have been broken down to a degree, chopped up, masticated, macerated, they then sink to the bottom of that stomach and then able to pass through to the reticulum. Where a lot of the digestion actually takes place, the breakdown. It's where the microorganisms surrounding the plant particles breaking down the parts, and then that flows through to the omasum, where a lot of the absorption of the minerals, the nutrients, the microorganisms themselves, which are protein based, so derived from the saliva, they then move back into the bloodstream and then moves into the abomasum, where a lot of the moisture and maybe any final parts of the nutrients are cycled out. That then pushes it into the intestines as small little pellets, and the intestines themselves as they move through to the final stage of expulsion. Take out the remaining moisture that is required to allow these animals to sustain a lower moisture content than some. Buffalo, for example, have a very low ability of reducing that moisture, and so they need to drink regularly. So do waterbuck. But giraffe, they give out, and kudu and most of the other antelope you'll see, they squeeze out very relatively dry, very, very compact pellets that are made up of very fine particular matter, and breaking them open you can often discern what type of feeding strategy this animal has, be it browser, be it mixed feeder, be it grazer. Under a microscope some people can even tell exactly what they've been feeding on. It's our boy again over there, and a perfect opportunity to jump back into the discussion of non-ruminant. That is our elephant bull in must one more time. I just could tell by the way he shot the dust out of from his nose, and I think we should go catch up with him, and then we'll talk about the hindgut fermenters, or non-ruminant. How does that sound, Rian? I think that sounds good. And it just so happens he's going back to the same sort of area we're in. He's loving it around Skokopane here. We are becoming very good buddies, me and this elephant. And you, Rian, as well. Sort of. You're getting there. I think we're close to Skokopane. He's kind of just doing these loops. He's got to keep sustaining his water. Okay. Well, we're going to catch up with our elephant bull here, most likely at Skokopane, and then we send you over to Lisa, who's found some animals at a waterhole of her own.
Zumi has found some elephants. Unfortunately, they are leaving now. They did drink some water and did take a little bit of a splash, at least one of them. But unfortunately, they are slowly taking off now, moving, of course, deeper into the bush, looking for some food. They just had their smoothie. Now it's time for some breakfast. And of course, still very windy in Djuma today, as you can see and hear. But that is not necessarily such a bad thing. It means the animals will stay a little bit cooler. However, that being said, often we find that when it is windy, the animals tend to head deeper into the bush, as we've learned often and seen often with various species, elephants, antelope. I'm actually rather surprised that they did come by. Because especially your elephants, they do have a very tiny calf as well, which is hidden somewhere underneath one of the cows. But of course, you know, when they do have youngsters as well, just like I mentioned earlier with the Egyptian geese, they do tend to be extra protective, extra defensive, and when it's windy they tend to stay in the bush, because especially your elephants, they can't exactly determine where smells and noises and sounds and everything is coming from, then they do tend to get a little bit freaked out. I didn't really get a count on them. If I'm not mistaken, there were at least 8 or so of them, and 2 young calves, and then one fairly smaller than the other 2. But you can see all of them flapping their ears, even though the wind's blowing. Of course, it is still fairly humid, as we are again awaiting some proper rain. And so flapping the ears regulates the body temperature by circulating blood even faster, so that actually cools the whole body down, which is rather incredible if you think about it. Sorry about that. It is, as I say, nice and windy here in Djuma. These winds are actually the best when you're on safari in the Greater Kruger. However, that being said, for those of you that are from the States, often the Greater Kruger can very much become like Florida. Even though there's a breeze, you know, it's often just hot air circulating all around you. Ooh, we've got some more! Well spotted, Dreaming Wild, who's our Zumi currently on the Djuma Dam Cam. Oh, that's brilliant. Look at the tiny ones. Victor, you would like to know if elephants conserve water sources during a drought. So remember, elephants are very resourceful animals. They've got a brilliant and really, really incredible sense of smell, of course, hearing as well as their other senses. But from what we look at this little one. From what we know and have observed over the years with elephants, their smell is really the most acute sense. So, of course, elephants eat everything that involves vegetation in the bush. Roots, bulbs, trees, branches, twigs. And often you will find elephants, of course, pushing over trees, because a tree stores its water in the root in the winter time, just to sort of not waste any nutrients. And so that is what they will often do. I don't know if you mean conserve water in their body. They are not able to do that, no. And that is why elephants constantly have to sort of move around and drink water. But as I say, they will push over trees to get to that extra water in the winter times. Of course, in this area in particular, we get rainfall in the summertime. Thus, a lot of the trees will just shed their leaves, so they don't have to keep feeding the leaves in the winter time, because they sort of know that there will be no rainfall to actually rejuvenate and keep giving water to the tree. But then elephants are also very resourceful when it comes to finding water. Of course, not just smelling the various water holes, but I'm sure you've seen with Cedric on Sunset Safari and Sunrise Safari, it's one of his favorite things to do, is to show us how elephants actually dig up water. So they can smell it underground. Even if we as humans can't see the water, elephants will smell that. They will start using their hooves and sort of their feet and kick up the dirt, and of course by using the trunk as well, digging up all of that dirt, and eventually they do find they do find water. Look at that little one. I don't know what to do with this thing on my face. You tell her, just do this, it's easier. And I've been saying for the past 4 days, I just want to see elephants. And now we finally have. And I don't care if people say it is such a cliche animal, this really is my favorite animal. Just look at those tiny ones. Oh, this has really made my day. We have not seen elephants in Okokweyo for quite some time. And 3 days ago we did have a couple of ellies here on the dam cam in the afternoon on Sunset Safari. But of course, just before we could show everyone, they took off, as they always do. Oh, you're gonna poop on that baby's head. Okay, that's nice. You can see all of them are just really trying to huddle for some shade now. And as I mentioned, of course, The constant ear flapping now indicates it is very hot. It is most probably very humid. And hopefully they don't go too far today so they can come say hi again. And just like that, as soon as one starts to take off, of course, all of them will follow. And there might have been a bit of communication before that happened that we did not even hear. Of course, elephants trumpets, which generally happens when they are throwing a tantrum, being aggressive, or in general just being in distress. And then they do rumble as well. But more often than not, it is at such a frequency that us as humans cannot even remotely begin to hear it. Can you believe it? 30 plus elephants just like that. Poof! Gone. And of course you disappear, you silly elephant. Oh, that was incredible. I just want to have another look and make sure we don't have more Ellies. Probably pushing my luck now, but Mother Nature, if you would like us to have another Ellie, that would be perfectly fine. Nope. She has decided that's enough elephants for now. Just want to have a look, because obviously they went into the drainage line, but perhaps they come out on this open area again. But I do think, because the wind definitely has picked up now, so I do think they probably headed deeper into the bush, as I said, just for some shelter, as well as to cool off now. Woo! Well, I am so glad we got to see that. I have had my elephant fix for the day. And it sounds like so does Steve. So I'm going to send you over to the beautiful Madikwe.
Elephant fix. Well, we can do it all day, I think. All day we can spend time with these fellows. And our gentleman here has quenched his thirst, like he did yesterday. Now he's been mud wallowing. He first started with his front legs in the mud, throwing mud over his body, and then he got in, started kicking the mud, churning it up, and gouged the side of that bank a little bit. He's just trying to deal with all of the emotions that are coursing through his body right now. And we have approached, but we've given him a lot of space, which is what you need to do. You want to observe these animals doing their natural thing. You don't want to change their behavior. And you also want to give him the opportunity to move where he wants to. And every now and again, you see him standing like that, and you think he must be listening to something from far off. I wonder what he can hear. You see it in herds of elephants when they all suddenly start moving, and you can just tell that they're all listening to the matriarch, and then they all start moving again like he's done. So I've no doubt he's hearing the other herds of elephants in and around, picking up on their communication through infrasound. Excuse me. Lots of conversations being had. Excuse me. Lots of conversations being had. Now he's going to put his bottom in it. So that's splendid. It was quite thirsty work. No doubt he got a bit of mud in his nose as well. You might want to cleanse it out with some fresh water. So if you were with us yesterday, we had him exactly where he is now, but he came towards us. We were parked a little bit more on the right, closer to the pan. And I'd said no sudden movements. It's very important in those situations to be quite still and to not make any noise. And unfortunately I had the game drive radio on, and it made a noise. And you probably all noticed how immediately he reacted to that noise. I've made sure game drive radio is off now. When you just see his whole body language, the trunk over the tusks like that. It's just, there we go, he's just cleansed his trunk of mud. Now I'm going to have a drink and then be on his way. Remember, he's got all the space in the world he needs to now. Obviously, he's probably not going to walk straight through the pan, but he's got game paths either side of us to leave on, and his decision to come closer is all his. it's time to move. Alan, the wallowing is to cover them in mud. Covering them in mud helps to cool them. No doubt there's some benefits to the minerals on the skin as well, but the mud wallowing also suffocates ticks and parasites that might be on the skin. And then the rubbing, just like he did there on his foot, is purely a means of scratching his body. Okay, now where's he going to go? Scratching his body also helps to dislodge those ticks. But without fingers, a lot of animals will use trees or sticks to rub. Hello, my boy. Now he covered that space without showing any negative behavior, without showing his eyes. I was watching the whole time, didn't change. And he just walked straight past us because we weren't posing a threat, we weren't blocking his route. We gave him the options to move. But if you close the space, now he's going to scratch himself on the tree, Alan, so now you're going to get the full effect. Now this is for scratching an itch right behind the ear. If you've ever found yourself in the kitchen when you've got that itch on your back, you just haven't been able to reach, and you find a corner on the cupboard or the counter and you just start rubbing it, so much so it is very pleasant. And elephants do that regularly after mud wallowing. They're very tactile animals, you see. They love to touch each other and to feel each other, and so a tree can also serve that purpose of reaching those spots. But all of what you've seen, the mud wallowing to the drinking to the scratching, are all very natural behaviors. And even though he's in full must, a lot of people talk about the heightened aggression state of these elephants. You just need to be a little bit more wary in that you give them space. Don't encroach on their space. Don't push them into positions that they need to react in. You should never do that anyway. But an animal that is generally very calm and relaxed and you can approach quite easily isn't always like that. So you should always err on the side of caution with elephants, no matter how well you know an individual. You should just see what's going on with them that day, and that can be seen from a distance. And if you can see that they're erratically moving their ears and their trunk, then just give them space. It doesn't mean you need to start your engine and tear off away. It just means you need to give them space. I truly think, Rian, you and I are forming a really nice bond with this animal. Some of you might have noticed as well when he started walking towards us that I just I just spoke gently to him. Some people don't talk at all. Some people do. And as a guide, it's something I learned to do, not completely for the animal, although the animal hears the calmness in my voice. What it does, as well as it calms the guests sitting behind me, it makes Rian feel a lot calmer that I sound so calm under the situation. If my behavior becomes erratic, then the guests will become erratic, and then their movement will probably cause a reaction. Right there on the shoulder. Quite amazing how you see all of those muscles. And now he's going to use his bum. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes they lift their tail to get right underneath. Those remarkable scenes coming to here, live from Madikwe in the northwest. Now he's thinking. So even though that tree is long since dead, it's quite a hard wood, looks like an old leadwood, it still serves an important purpose. So something that brings back what James Hendry said to me years ago was that these animals are potentially dangerous. You know, a lot of people come to these wild places and they just fear for their life because elephants and all of the other big game are big and powerful. But they are only potentially dangerous. As you can see, this elephant bull has no concern for us. He isn't walking around looking to do us harm. We're parked right here. He could have done whatever he wanted to if we'd pushed that boundary. So take humans out of the system and the animal doesn't actually have a dangerous element to it. They all coexist with each other. They all give each other space. Yes, every now and again individuals will kill each other, but that is the nature of the game. And if we understand and respect the boundaries and the space requirements that these animals need, and don't infringe on that, oh, there we go, right on the knee joint, we can live harmoniously with them. Very important. Not dangerous game, potentially dangerous game. They have a long-standing history through human evolution of being fearful of this two-legged, upright, standing, hunting hominid moving through the landscape, and they were hunted by us, persecuted by us, and so there is a natural fear they have for us, and that fear comes out when their space is encroached upon. Don't encroach on the space, you won't get the reaction. So an ethical guide doesn't ever push that boundary, doesn't push the envelope. And we are not doing that. And look at wonderful scenes we've managed to see. Excuse me, I've got something scratching me in my throat. Yes, it might happen on a bushwalk or on a drive that you stumble across animals that you weren't aware were there, and their reaction might be one that is seem quite aggressive, and it can be quite something, but it's not something that we should try and evoke. And Grace, an elephant's penis protrudes whenever they want to urinate, whenever they want to mate, and in my opinion, in my experience, elephant bulls that are showing submissive behavior towards myself or to other elephants will often drop their penis as well. So why would anybody put out their most private, personal gem in a sword fight? An elephant's not going to drop its penis to fight you. No, they drop it for mating, for urinating, and in my own experience, I believe in submissive behavior. Now, he walked past us and it was dropping it. I've never experienced that with a musk bull. I've never experienced a musk bull dropping his penis for me. But there he was pushing on the tree, and that forced him to defecate. The pressure on his gut would have forced out those large balls of poorly digested dung, and quite often elephants, when they defecate, will urinate at the same time, and most of the time male elephants extend their penis to do so. So that brings us all the way back around to our discussions of rumination versus non-rumination, and it's called non-rumination because, first of all, they don't have a rumen, and they don't ruminate. They have a simple stomach, you could probably say equivalent to ours, where it's sort of acid breakdown, acid digestion to a degree. But the plant particles haven't been broken down very well, so they fill their belly with stuff that's been ground to a degree, not very well chomped up or broken up. Ideally, they want to separate long pieces so you don't have long strings of bark or leaves or sticks. They want to break those up into smaller parts so it'll pass through the digestive system easier. If they don't break those up, it can often lead to entanglements in the intestine, which can lead to death or complications in the digestive system. So the food passes from the main stomach into the intestines, where it then goes off into a large chamber of the intestines, which we could possibly say is equivalent to the appendix, which we don't use anymore. It's called the cecum. And inside the cecum, that vegetation is then fermented. That's where fermentation takes place, and it's why we call these animals hindgut fermenters or non-ruminant. Either one works, but because in the rear of their gut, in the hind of the gut, is where the fermentation takes place. Not in the stomach, but on a little chamber off of the intestine called the cecum. And inside that area, it turns into a bit of a brewery. The food gets broken down and fermented in there, and then the bacteria that grows off of that fermented substrate is obviously eating the fermentation, and that's what gets absorbed then on the way out of the final chambers of the intestine before being defecated out. So they reckon maybe as much as 40% of what the elephant takes in is digested. 60% is avoided out as undigested food, but in its process it's still busy fermenting. Once those balls drop onto the floor, they are still going through a process of fermentation. And in gut biology these days, human gut biology, we all know how easily and how well used fermented foods are now, such as kimchi, kombucha, things like this that are well known in gut, sort of new gut health, to be the best way to eat foods, because they're already going through a breakdown phase. It requires far less energy to process them. They're already being processed as we ingest them. And so that is how hindgut fermenters get their food. And then we wonder, how well do they do? In the wet season, they're feeding all the time. So a hindgut fermenter versus a ruminant feeds on, or feeding, it's got twice the amount of throughput. So their food goes in and comes out twice as fast as a ruminant, because the ruminant collects, then processes, then digests, and then expels. Whereas hindgut fermenters are collecting and processing it pretty much as it's happening, with the fermentation in the rear, and then it's passing out quite quickly. So in the wet season, they do okay. Ruminants do very well in the wet season because they maximize the quantity of quality vegetation going through. But in the dry season, when food is harder to come by, ruminants do far less well because the quality of the vegetation is deteriorated, and they're processing and chewing that food, and it's not getting too much quality or nutrients out, whereas the hindgut fermenters are putting twice as much food through, so they're getting twice as much of the benefit.
Weekend at the Waterhole is back by popular demand. After all the excitement of the family-filled festive season, what better way to relax and unwind than reclined at the edge of an African waterhole? Come and get your nature fix all day on the 7th and 8th of January. See you there.
So things have continued to heat up here at Kariega, and our herd of buffalo have come down to the mud wallow. You can see a little speck of water there at the back, Scotia Dam in the background. A zebra on the banks of the waterhole itself at the back behind these buffalo. And for a buffalo, this is about as good as it gets. Got the choice of clean water to drink in the background there. Nobody's really muddied it up. They've got nice mud wallows here to cool down, protect their skin from the sun, protect their skin from ticks and mites and fleas and things like that. Yeah, it's been a very peaceful day here. It's been so nice. You know, I guess for these buffalo, there's no shortage of mud and water holes and things like that. So there doesn't really need to be much of an argy-bargy or anything like that. You can just see at the back there, it looks like that might be the female zebra with her calf lying down just to her side. That little whitish patch on the ground, I'm sure that's her, or her foal rather than her calf. Matt, thanks for your question. This herd is quite nice and relaxed. It's not because of a lack of carnivores. There are carnivores on Kariega. So they've kind of become sort of semi-accustomed to vehicles. So obviously in terms of the way that all of the rangers drive around the game here, not just buffalo, it's in a sensitive way of wanting to watch natural behavior, and just over generations the animals have become quite relaxed with that. And that's why these buffalo are very relaxed. You look at a lot of different species, you'll get that. Above all, throughout all our different locations and for all ranges, sensitivity to the animals is your number one. You want to be as sensitive to them as possible. If you see that you sort of impacting on some type of behavior, you can move the vehicle sort of further back if potentially a predator's hunting. But no, there are lions on Kariega. There are predators here. You can see this buffalo has had a good mud wallow already. Look at that mud glistening in the sun. You can see we've got a few warthogs here, ostrich in the back, zebra. So at the moment these buffalo are kind of dominating these mud wallows where we are. There's a little bit of open gap here in front of this buffalo on the left if these warthogs did want to have a mud wallow sort of right now. But I'm sure they're kind of biding their time, moving around, doing a little bit of feeding. Maybe later on they'll get stuck into some of the mud. You can see this ostrich kind of flicking its white wingtips a little bit. That's one of sort of the displays that they do, but it's quite interesting. There's no other ostrich in the immediate area here. No other males, no females that I can see. So I'm not too sure who he is displaying towards there. And we've got an Egyptian goose, a pair of them. This buffalo bull's got this whole mud wallow to himself. He is winning at life. Obviously a fly or a flea or something that's irritating him every now and then. You can see he turns around and he's trying to chase something off closer to his rump. It's a brave Egyptian goose, that something as big as a buffalo is not putting them off. Just want to have a look at this buffalo when he flicked his tail. I thought it looked like he had a shortened tail. Didn't get a very good view. Just want to keep an eye if he does that again. Yeah, so these buffalo are definitely reading the script for our weekend at the Waterhole script, our theme. Are these youngsters going to get stuck into the water is the question. I can hear far in the distance in one of the valleys there's some chacma baboons that are alarm calling to each other. So if I can hear it, these buffalo can definitely hear it. But that's not fazing them at all. Cooling down is number one on the agenda for them at the moment. You can see this bull's doing a little bit of ruminating, getting his veggies in for the day. Sean, thanks for the question. No, it shouldn't be a birth defect. That's most likely something that would have happened during his life. Whether it could be from lions or anything like that. Remember, lions, when they are looking to take down a prey species, they're usually kind of running after it, and they jump up on the rump of an animal. Maybe even a lion try to use that tail as a point of grip. So you quite often see tails being sort of shortened. Amongst male buffalo, when they fight, usually, you won't see male buffalo kind of biting a tail of another male off. That's more of a common practice for something like your zebra, but buffalo won't really do that. If you kind of let your eyes zone out a little bit, almost, it's amazing just to see how much movement there is. Even though those buffaloes are very static, there are ears moving all over the place, tails swishing. The waterhole is definitely the place to be for today. Looks like right at the back there we've got a grey heron, still preening himself, doing his thing there. Yeah, it's very interesting, the sort of the shade from the Scotia tree that we can see here. Nobody in the shade. You can see the zebras are obviously resting, they're taking it easy, but no one's decided to use the tree of the shade of that Scotia tree today, which is quite interesting. Quite often there's some giraffe that will make use of that. No giraffe that I can see for the moment. Maybe they're off doing a little bit of feeding. You think perhaps maybe one or two of those zebra, if they're looking to take it easy, might rest in the shade there. Can see them starting to move along. Potentially they might head there. Now, just having a look at all the different individuals, and everybody's looking in such good condition. Everybody's healthy. Yeah, not seeing too many buffaloes with lots of wounds or scratches or looking skinny or anything like that. looking really healthy. It's a nice big bull in the center of the frame that we've got there. Good set of horns in him. A nice sort of wide spread, fully developed horns. You can even see from this angle in the center there, he's got a good boss on those horns there. Remember, anything sort of much younger than sort of 5 years for a buffalo bull, in that boss there's still going to be a lot of horn development. It might not be sort of fully hardened. A lot of development still going to go into that. And our sacred ibis, taking it easy on the edge of the pan system there. Got one hoddy-dar next to it. Our 2 ibis species. That whiter colour is brilliant in the sunlight like this. Our zebras seem to have done a little bit of a 180 coming back this way here. Benjamin, your question, is the sacred ibis extinct? I wish that was the case. If that was so, I'd be famous right now. Those 4 very bright whitish birds we were having a look at, those were sacred ibis, so they're definitely not extinct. You can see in the shade there we've got, it's very hard to tell what it is. It looks like potentially zebra in the shade there. And our ostrich, he's still doing his displays. I'm not too sure what's up with him. I think he maybe woke up on the wrong side of bed. Yeah, so often if there's another male ostrich around, if there's a bit of competition amongst the males, you'll see the males kind of displaying to each other, just like he's kind of doing there. Or if he's trying to impress a female, that may be the start of the display. And then from there, remember, he kind of sits down on the ground and moves his head in a corkscrew kind of fashion. Not like that. It looks like he's maybe kind of dusting himself in sand a bit there rather than that display. But you can see that that bush, that shrub just to the left of the ostrich, you can see how well that's been sort of picked, groomed, if you want to call it that. You know, amongst the kudus feeding on that, the eland feeding on it, and then the giraffes feeding on it at the top there. Looks like it's been well kept. Makes me think of bonsais. I did a bonsai course, and the amount of clipping and grooming and all of that you've got to do to make sure your bonsai grows in the right sort of shapes and things like that. a lot more sort of effort that goes into it than you'd think. I do have a baobab bonsai back at home, which is now about 8 years old, which is awesome. First 2 years in winter, I'd have a few heart palpitations when it would lose its leaves and things, and it was just like a bare stalk, and I thought, it's done, it's finished, it's gone. But it was still soldiering on, thankfully. An umbrella thorn or a flat crown, that would be another nice tree that I'd love to do as a bonsai. I think that would be good. Beautiful shape to the trees. Oh, this zebra quite happy to be relaxing in and amongst our blessbook. The rest of the herd's not too far away. Remember we last saw them just in front of that scotia tree by the waterhole. So this looks like it could potentially be our ostrich pair that has the little chick that we saw yesterday. Not going to be easy to see the little one with all of this grass growth and things around the waterhole. But plenty of life all going on here. Even got one or two elands starting to show up in the background. Earlier on we were talking about climate change and how that's going to affect some of the animals, and with the buffalo we mentioned they become a whole lot weaker. And in that drought of 2014 that we were talking about, I didn't get to see it. I've never seen sort of a full episode of a pride of lions looking to hunt buffalo. But apparently lions were taking buffalo down left, right and centre. In the sort of the early hours of the evening, you'd hear bellows and things from the lodge, and it was a whole lot easier to find lions hunting buffalo in a big drought like the 2014 droughts of sort of the Sabi Sands, Kruger area than it normally is. And obviously it's going to be something that not everybody wants to see. Still something that's on the list for me. I haven't seen a full hunt of lions hunting buffaloes before. You need numbers from the lions, and I mean that's a massive battle that goes on. I mean, lions versus buffaloes, they're enemies. They're eternal enemies. There's been many a documentary done on the relationships between lions and buffaloes and the hatred between them. Not for everybody, but I'd still love to see it. And I've thought about it before. I've guided in a few different reserves that if I got to the scenario of where I finally got to the situation where, these buffalo or these lions are looking to hunt buffalo, and the guests on the vehicle said, no, listen, they're not enjoying this. They don't want to watch this. What would happen? And it's a spectacle of nature. And, I've thought about it. What I would potentially say is, guys, it's a spectacle of nature. It's this, you will never have the chance to see this again. And, which is true. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you've got one family on the vehicle or something like that, and somebody doesn't want to watch it, you can't stay. It's not fair. You can't. But it would be tough, huh? Jeez. It would definitely be very hard. But I'd have to leave. Is a tricky situation though. I've had it once before where guests on the vehicle, we had 4 guests, one family, and we were following this pride of lions, and they were walking down the road, and all of a sudden they kind of stopped and looked at this termite mound intensely. There was 3 lionesses and 1 dominant male, and they all stopped on the road, and for like 5 minutes they looked at this termite mound. I said to the guests in the vehicle, I said, guys, let's loop around, just to give these lions a bit more space so that we're not directly right behind them, we're a bit more to the side, and if something does go down, we'll be in a potentially a better position. So we kind of reversed away, moved a little bit further behind into the side of this termite mound, and after about 10 minutes, there was this warthog that poked his head out of the termite mound. Remember, warthogs will often sleep inside termite mounds, a bit of protection, a bit of cover, and they'll reverse and backwards, because remember, for a warthog, his defense is going to be his tusks. And this whole group of warthog were sleeping in this termite mound. And this one lost his nerve, and he poked his head out to have a look what was happening. And in an instant, these lionesses were up, and they covered about 20 meters in a flash of an eye. And all this warthog had to do was go back half a meter into the burrow, and the lions wouldn't be able to grab it. And this lioness, with her front right paw, she whacked this warthog, and I don't know if she dug her claws into it or something, and she pulled this warthog out, and the other lionesses and the male then descended on this warthog, and it was nighttime, it was clear, the stars were out, it was beautiful, we were deep in the bottom of this valley, and obviously then the squeals of this warthog emanated throughout the valley, bouncing off all of the trees and things like that as well. And then, what I was talking about earlier is half the family wanted to stay and half the family didn't want to stay. Lucky it was one family, and they could kind of make the decision up amongst themselves. And I feel like being a guide, a lot of guides are I wouldn't say hardened to something like that. Hearing the squealing of a pig, of a warthog, but slightly more sort of, I don't know if prepared is the word. Anyways, half of the family said, no, we must go, we can't watch this, this is horrible. And the other half of the family said, no, we've watched this on documentaries, we have to stay. Oh goodness. Then while everybody was deciding what to do, a herd of elephants had heard all this commotion going on, and the noise of the squeals of this warthog were upsetting the herd of elephants, and they were trumpeting, and you could hear they were running and pushing over trees. You would hear the crack of it going down. And then the noise of these elephants was getting closer and closer and closer. And we realized that these elephants were coming towards where these lions were, and the family then said, no, we have to stay and watch to see what happens. I said, guys, first of all, we need to try and maneuver to get out of this area, because to give them more space, because where the lions had taken this warthog down, that eventually, scrumming between them had brought it closer to the vehicle. So we wanted to distance ourselves a little bit from that. Anyways, these elephants, there must have been about a herd of 8 or 10 of them. The matriarch had a young calf with her, came screaming, running through the bushes towards these lions. The lionesses lost their nerve and they ran off, and it was only the male lion that stayed on the carcass. And he would kind of go between, sort of trying to hold that warthog down to prevent it from running away, and kind of mock charging the elephants. And it was nighttime, we were trying to move around and get around some of the bushes to give all of these animals an equal chance, the warthog to get away and the lions to do his thing. And, we're watching out for elephants, because elephants were upset, and they're a large animal. So it was all going on at once. And in the end, that family decided, no, we have to stay and watch this absolute spectacle of nature. But it can be so difficult in situations like that. I think a lot of people react differently to any type of kill like that. Everybody wants to see a kill, but it's only when you really see one that you know how you're going to react to that. In terms of, for myself, experiencing a kill that's really affected me, not really. I haven't had one that I've kind of constantly thought back and thought, that's quite a tough one. There was another situation of a female leopard, quite a small leopard. Genetically, she was quite small. That took down a huge warthog, a male warthog. And that sometimes the leopards will try and grab a warthog by the throat. Other times, if it's very big and sometimes hard to handle, they go straight for the heart. This leopard went straight for the heart, which was quite a tough one as well. But I must say, those types of things, they don't really affect me too much. At the end of the day, I must say, for the prey species, I would prefer it would be a cleaner death. But every predator's still got to eat, and this is nature at the end of the day. And as much as it can get tough to watch and hard to watch sometimes, you can't get involved. Some people say help it and put it out of its misery or something like that. You have to let nature take its course. Because if you help an animal in a situation like that, I don't know how you would, but if you did, then where do you draw the line? If you see another animal of where an infection has set in, then you need to help that animal. It's very hard to draw the line of where do you help and where don't you help. To move a little bit away from watching kills and things like that and helping, if you look at more into sort of management strategies of different reserves. There's an incredible book on Kruger National Park called Shaping Kruger by Mitch Reardon. Good book. That has, I think it's 12 different chapters, and each chapter is on a different aspect of the reserve or a specific species or something like that. And one chapter is on management strategies, of how initially when Kruger was formed, and then going throughout the years, how there was quite a strong sort of level of aid and sort of management in terms of some years, there's always ebbs and flow in nature. Some years have got more rainfall, and because of that, your numbers of your herbivores, of your buffaloes, of your zebras and impalas and things like that will boom. And at other times of the year, your predator numbers are down, and then it goes to vice versa, up and down. And basically, at certain times early on in the years of Kruger being formed, when there was too many buffaloes, management would potentially get involved to look for a type of solution. Or if there was too many impalas, they would potentially look for a solution. And going throughout the years to where we are now, they've found that a much better way to deal with things is just a very hands-off approach, and nature will always go through those ebbs and flows of maybe at certain points in time there might be too many of a specific species for, let's say, the carrying capacity of that area or of that land. But nature will always find a way of finding that equilibrium itself. And throughout most reserves now, it's a scenario of letting nature take its course, which is a great management strategy, I think. There's definitely going to be points you're going to look at to obviously maintain the roads and things like that, and maintain the reserve and whatnot. But it's a very interesting book, that. Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
can see we've got some eland coming down right at the back there to have a little bit of a drink. See that eland on the right there, doing a little bit of feeding as well. Nice green grasses, good growth around this waterhole, good nutrients. Charles, thanks for the question. At what level would they interfere? I think it's really going to depend upon, the species of animal is probably going to be quite important, I'd say. If it's, let's say, something like an impala, like I talked about, there you've got to let nature take its course. There are plenty of impala around. If it's something like a rhino, rhino, we all know the fight that the whole of Africa is going through at the moment to protect our rhino. And if something has potentially happened to a rhino, there may be a reason to potentially give a helping hand there, just because of how threatened they are at the moment. But I wouldn't imagine there's going to be much interference at all. We talked about resilience of the animals earlier. I have seen a zebra that was attacked by lions, and a lioness had jumped onto the rump of the zebra to try and catch it, and had essentially flayed this zebra open, and it looked horrible. It was completely opened up, and the animals are well known for bouncing back, for making a comeback, and this zebra went on to make a complete comeback from something that looked lethal, that you'd think, shoo, this is very tricky. And the management made the right decision. The stripes didn't match up anymore, but I feel like that's the least of that zebra's worries, I'm going to stick around at the mud wallow and here at Scotia Dam and see if there's anything else that comes down. In the meantime, we're going to take you across to Madikwe.
Thanks, Nick. Well, we find ourselves at a place called Kolobeng Dam, which is, I think, pig, means pig. Kolobeng, up here in the far north of Madikwe. We're following up on that bird is back again. I know it's been a bit tricky one for you, but we were following up on a lioness and her subadult son, who had made a kill up in the north here, and we found where they made the kill. Lots of blood, a leg, possibly a young wildebeest, but we weren't able to find them conditions are quite cool today, so it's possible that they moved. So that's why we've come to this watering hole, to see if we can figure out exactly where it is they might have gotten to. Thought maybe they come and drink, but it is quite an interesting terrain. Lots of tall, long grass around. The perfect habitat to hide a couple of lions. If you've ever seen some of the videos of lions in short grass disappearing, when the grass comes up to my shoulder, you must know that all sorts can be hidden in there. We need more zebra and more rhinos to move through, to graze. It's nice and short. But these zebras look like they're just taking it very easy today. Nice day to be taking it easy. But just before you came to us, we had a pair of Deirdre's cuckoos feeding each other. Seemingly the male was providing the female with little caterpillar treats. But they didn't stick around for us to get them for you on camera, unfortunately.
Bravo 27 station with a pickup at the address.
Very happy for the regeneration of the grassland, these wildebeest. And when you see them feeding like that, they are just basically shoveling leaves into their belly. Almost no chewing, to be processed shortly. King, that's a good question. I mean, the first settlers to Southern Africa thought that the wildebeest was a cow. That was just a bit mad. They do both belong to the same family of Bovidae, but they differ. So wildebeest is actually more closely related, or more seemingly closely related to the antelope side than the buffalo. Buffaloes get much, much bigger and heavier. know the wildebeest very commonly move in their migration. Wildebeest are a short grass feeder, feeding on short grass. And the buffalo like to feed on nice, long, luscious, nutrient-rich grasses and are very water dependent. More water dependent than the wildebeest, although wildebeest do tend to be sedentary and follow the rains and the seas. And that sounded like a wildebeest getting eaten, didn't it? Okay, so there's a whole lot of animals over there. Just going to listen. It's not impossible that our lions haven't made another kill. These animals don't seem at all concerned with the noises we just heard. Might have been a wildebeest begging its mother. So sounds have stopped. So this is where we were last night when we heard the alarm calls coming from just to the east of this dam. We didn't find anything, and not far from here is where 2 lions were found that made a kill of some sort. Everyone's looking very relaxed over there. Multitudes of animals around when you start looking. You get a bit of elevation like we have here. You can see much further into the wilderness there. You can see large herds. Sheila, here in the southern parts of Africa, East Africa, animals don't change their fur, their coat. They don't go through a winter and summer coat. Indigenous animals anyway. So no, there's no change. The change happens from youngster to adult. But obviously there's new fur growing, but the animal doesn't go through winter and summer coats like you see in the northern hemisphere. A lot of animals. We don't see that in the south. I did notice the baboons in Kenya, the different baboon, the olive baboon, had much thicker fur than what we find down here in South Africa. And then you also find the baboons in the Cape Chakma baboon versus the Kruger baboon. They seem to have longer coats as well. That's just a topographical change, I suppose. Obviously the olive baboon and the Chakma baboon are different species, but they've speciated out through to climatic changes and topographic changes. So I do see differences. I remember of the hyena in the Mara having longer fur than down here, but that is possibly just due to the fact that it doesn't get as hot up there. It's a bit more constant, and that fur maybe is more beneficial in the colder months. If you ever saw the likes of David Gitu, he was always wrapped up in as many layers as he could. Not that I thought it was cold, but slight shifts in temperature there can catch one off guard. So no, we don't see changes in fur coats here, in the length of the fur. Most certainly not with the wildebeest. The zebras have a little bit more fur when they're younger, because they are a little bit more susceptible to the cold with their smaller body, but that changes as they start getting older. Sounds of the Swanson's spurfowl. You might also hear the wind blowing against our roof.
Welcome back to Ukukoyo. You will not believe it, but I had 3 bee eaters earlier on, but unfortunately they were a bit further back, so I couldn't actually ID them, but I was super happy about that. I've never seen bee eaters here before. I have seen the carmine bee eater in Mashatu, but first time for me in Ukukoyo. So as I say, every single day is a new opportunity to experience something new, to spot something new. And of course with birding, you know, there's always ample opportunities to put a new one on your list. But sadly, as I say, I cannot tell you which bee eaters it was, but I do know it was them. So that is good enough for me. But furthermore, we've just got some zebras and wildebeest that have come down to the water. So activity is slowly increasing here at this beautiful waterhole in comparison to the past 2-3 days. And again, I don't know who of you were with us yesterday, but at one stage we had like, I think 30 to 40 odd blacksmith lapwings all lined up next to the water. And I see we've got quite a few of them again today. So I'm not sure if it's perhaps, National Blacksmith Lapwing Congress, or, it is a weekend away, or what is happening. You can see they are all just to the left of the impala, the springbok. All just taking it super easy. And we've had our first springbok dip as well. 2 of the springboks that actually went in, as I referred to this earlier on this morning. They will often do that just to cool themselves down even more. Make sure they stay cool for the day. They stay hydrated. Of course, it's important to drink water, but even more so when it is very hot and humid. And believe it or not, animals are of course mammals just like us. They can actually overheat. They can die of coldness. I remember one year on a reserve that I was guiding on when I just started in the industry. For 2 weeks straight, it rained every single day. And I think unfortunately we lost something like, if I'm not mistaken, 100 antelope, including kudus and impalas and all sorts. But they literally, because the thing is, of course, when it's cold, animals will just lie down, chill a bit, regurgitate, ruminate, as we saw earlier on with that giraffe with Steve on Madikwe. But, if they if they continue doing that for too long, then there's only so much they can ruminate. And unfortunately, we lost a lot of antelope that year, just due to the rain and the coldness. And it's the same for heat. Animals can actually overheat if they dehydrate, if they don't get a lot of nutrition from the food that they are actually eating. But luckily that is not the case for our animals here in Okokweyo yet, and hopefully it won't be. We are of course very much looking forward to the rains. It's picnic time. These past 3 or 4 days that I've been observing this beautiful family, generally this time of the day they head into the shade and then they come back out, take a little bit of a swim, then they walk around the waterhole again. It's really cool how we are actually in the position to be able to get to know these animals, see their different behaviors and patterns and all of that. And as I say, especially with this beautiful family, I've been seeing now that generally midday, this time of day, they head into the shade. Alright, I don't know what you are doing. Probably going to preach to the congregation. Dearly beloved. Standing on his rock. You know, probably just getting a good view on things. But of course the tiny ones, even though they are precocial, so they adapt very quickly, you know, from the time that they hatch, they are still tiny, just like humans. You know, of course we acclimate, we adapt, but you would not leave a small child in the sun as long as you would an adult. And it's the same with the little ones. That's why they, every now and again, just head them off into the shade, make sure they stay cool, and then they will come back out again. Oh, those two are taking a swim. That would be me too. Forget food, I'll rather choose the swim. Priscilla, you would like to know if we call birds juveniles and adults because they, well, yes, because they are hard to age. Yes, so with birds, of course, you know, you have chicks, then you have juveniles, and then you have the adult. But specifically with, I would say, raptors, the juvenile part is very, very important, because a juvenile is definitely going to be much different than an actual adult. So yes, that is definitely for differentiation of age. Just like when we say with lions, for instance, you have cubs, then you've got sub-adults, then you've got the adults. And again, you know, that's sort of the awkward phase. It's pretty much the teenage phase of animals. So juvenile, sub-adults, that is their awkward phase. You know, some of them like a male lion would be getting his beard slowly and his mohawk. He's going through a lot of awkward phases, as well as raptors. You know, for instance, if you go look at a juvenile African fish eagle, they are not very pretty birds. I'm not going to lie to you. If you do not know what they look like, you're more than welcome to go research them, but it's not a very pretty thing. You can't imagine that that is going to become this beautiful thing. And it's always so fascinating with something like the Egyptian geese as well. You cannot think that that is actually what they will become. And the same with wildebeests and zebras and all of the other animals. You know, a lot of them sometimes have really, really odd colors in comparison to the adults. I often say this, but the Egyptian geese, helmeted guinea fowl, when you see the chicks just by themselves, you would not think that they are going to transform into this beautiful, colorful bird. But again, according to our human interpretation, that is probably for camouflage. You know, that Egyptian goose with its beautiful and prominent colors is probably standing out way more than the little ones with their darker markings that are camouflaging a bit better in the grass and in the water. They are so cute. Just want to have one for myself. This is often the thing with baby animals. And you know, even domestic animals, people tend to think, oh, look at the baby puppy or the baby cats. I know a lot of people, you know, often they gift dogs for Christmas. And of course, you know, they are super cute when they are tiny, and then they become big. And then people are not as fond of them anymore. And that would probably be the same case for me if I took one of these goslings home. Very cute right now, but they are going to become big very soon. And I think they will keep you out of sleep with that squawking of them.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back to school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So as I was saying, please do send your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you would like to know about, whether it's about the waterhole, about Wild Earth, about the animals, about the naturalist. You're more than welcome to get in touch with us on this peaceful Sunday. And of course, Escape to Nature is just a way more relaxed safari. Whether we are at the waterholes on our dam cams, or of course with Steve or Nick, we just take things a little bit easier. Sit back, relax, listen to all of the animals, observe all of the animals. We don't always get to do that on our safaris. So this is just allowing us some extra time just to spend time with the animals. Jade, good morning. You would like to know in which parts of Africa can springboks not be found? So, I mean, if I'm going to list it all to you, we are going to be here for quite some time. But to break it down for you, springboks, oryxes, those antelope prefer areas like this. Now, when I say areas like this, biomes like this. So they don't mind it being super dry, super open. So you will find them in areas like the Kalahari, the Karoo, all those open, vast, arid areas. A lot of areas in the Cape region as well. To break it down, basically, springbok are not found really in areas such as Djuma, for instance. They are, as I say, found in more open areas, arid areas, dry areas, hot areas. Whereas, of course, you know, a place like Djuma is very lush, very, very green, very bushy. So springbok actually prefer areas like Ukukoyo, like we see here in Namibia. A little bit more south in southern Africa, there's what we call the Karoo, which is also very, very, very vast open area. And as I say, they are also found in the Cape regions. We've even got a place called Springbok in southern Africa. And of course they are also our national animals. And we've got a rugby team that is also called the Springboks. I remember when I was 3 years old, 3 or 4 years, my father is a very, very, very big sportsman. And he actually used to play professionally when I was young. So I was also apparently very much into sports. And I think by the age of 4 or 5, I could literally tell you all of the Springbok members in those years. This was 96, 97. Very, very avid of these guys. But of course, who wouldn't be? They are beautiful animals. Not very big though, and people often tend to confuse them with the impala. However, this is something, as I say, you would not see as often as the impala. Impala you can find in areas like this, as well as areas like Djuma. Whereas springbok prefer open, arid, warm, dry areas. Oh, look at all the terrapins. You can see those black specks on the rocks in the water. Those are, of course, our terrapins. And they just sunbask, get some extra sunlight and warmth to heat themselves up. But probably one of the stinkiest creatures out there. They do not smell very well. And therefore they are also very rarely predated on, as opposed to a leopard tortoise, for instance. I do think terrapins also have the advantage of, you know, just quickly jumping in the water if something does come for them. But as I say, they don't smell very well either, so I've seen a leopard actually get one on the road in the rainy season because they were moving from puddles to puddles. And as soon as it touched it, that leopard was like, no. This thing has expired. I will not be eating it. But again, if that is your only source of food or your only option, you will probably make do with what you have. Oh, look at the family. They took a swim.
Skokopane, everybody. I think we should just stay here. We went north to see if we could find what's going on at the other watering hole, and we've come back, and there's our big fellow again, who's made his way back here. But he's not alone this time. He's once again found something to scratch on, but we've found, must be 30 elephants here at the watering hole. Once again, we've just giving them all a lot of space. Everybody seems very relaxed though. But this approach to the watering hole is blocked. There's no access because of all the elephants, so just stay where we are and allow all of this in front of us to unfold. Great opportunity to have a cup of coffee. A little bit of mud wallowing. It's not only the big adults who do it, the youngsters do it as well. That stump has got all of the right angles there for our large elephant bull. Get those hard to reach places. There's a brand new little baby over there, Rian. Do you see it on the right? Just underneath Mum here. Yes, there we go. There it is. Oh my word. Hello, little one. You can see it's not walking very confidently. Probably its little sibling there that's very close by, smelling it all the time, also trying to think like, this is Mum's new centre of attention. I used to be the centre of attention. Often the ears plastered down on the little babies, as they don't have the same body mass as the big elephants. They don't want to cool down. So they actually heat up a lot quicker and cool down very quickly. How special is this? Those steps, backwards and forwards. Trunk is almost completely useless at the moment. Can smell with it. That's about it. Ooh, that's Mum. I haven't. I've never heard of a mother not being able to suckle. Not to say that that isn't possible. Obviously, if they aren't able to suckle, that baby's going to starve. Here we have a bull. He's moving in. His attention's not always welcome. Big bulls with little babies around. The mothers can be a bit tentative. You see them turning their shoulder to him, standing quite still. They're talking to each other now about what to do. It's the only time bulls want anything to do with breeding herds, the big bulls, is when there is breeding. Females in estrus. And here we have a beautiful accumulation of elephants. This old girl here has covered herself in mud, and now she's doing the bum scrape. She's got a collar on her neck. No doubt the animals in Madikwe movements are followed and movements are monitored. And you might hear some trumpeting off to the left. We had a sub-adult elephant chasing some warthog, which didn't go so well for either of them. He's disappeared into the bushes. But no harm came to the warthogs. They moved out the way quite quickly. I think these guys are going to come quite close. On the right here, if you don't mind. Maria, on the right here, this female who has the baby, probably one of her previous offspring, is trying to suckle. Just going to sit here very quietly and allow all these elephants to make their way past us. Remember, they'll come as close as they feel comfortable. Hello, gorgeous. So back onto collars. Research collars are always there for just documenting movements of individuals, or in the case of a herd, you'd put it on a matriarch or a big female, which would be able to give information about the movements of those animals over a period of time. It's not necessarily for them to track them down from a game viewing point of view, but research purposes. See that quite often with endangered species such as cheetah and wild dog. They monitor their movements, especially if they do get out of conservation areas, it's important to be able to monitor that so that they can be reclaimed before possible persecution. Now, you see some interesting behavior here. This bull on the right is moving quickly. It's all happening now. A whole herd of elephants, all the males in tow, all moving off. And well, from herds of elephant here up in Madikwe to Nick in Kariga with some herds of buffalo.
Yeah, from a large-bodied animal like an elephant, another large-bodied animal here. These buffalo are still loving their mud wallow here. That little youngster resting his head on the back of Mom there. Oh, get it, boy. Get that scratch. Get that itch. Yeah, just to continue a little bit of what Steve was talking about there, of the importance of collaring animals and things like that. I know there was in a certain reserve in Zululand, there were 2 leopard of around 20 months, 18 months that were soon going to be leaving Mom, and it was 1 male, 1 female, and they were collared just for research purposes. You know, usually in terms of when leopards start to get independent, the female will form a territory that's kind of on the border of Mom's or slightly within Mom's territory, and the male will usually move quite a distance. And they just wanted to do a bit of research in terms of where this male would end up going. And it was very, very interesting. What they actually found was that the female did exactly what they thought, kind of stayed in the area, and the male, he actually moved out of the reserve. So remember, leopards are able to climb trees, so he obviously climbed up a tree and jumped over the fence, and that reserve was slightly inland of the coast, not too far. He moved from that reserve to the coastline, which wasn't very far away, only 25 k's or something like that, and relatively speaking, not far. And he moved up and down the coast of sort of Zululand for a while. From there, he moved further north, and they tracked his sort of positionings and things all the time. He moved further north into Swaziland. Stayed in Swaziland for a while. From there, he went even further north, back sort of towards the coast again, into Mozambique. And obviously in those dune belts and forests and things like that, the coastal forest, hunting things like duikers, I'm sure probably taking like the odd goat or 2 along the way. Remember, leopards are very adaptable. And from there, he actually started to cut directly west. So by then he was quite far north, and he started to cut west-northwest, heading roughly towards Kruger. And he got very close to Kruger, about 80 kilometers to 100 kilometers away from southern Kruger. At the end, it was very interesting. It was almost like he was making a beeline for Kruger. He'd never been there. He was born in KZN. But for research purposes, it was so interesting to see the different areas that he moved. So definitely, the collaring of animals is very, very important. It provides so much information, so much data into the movements of all of these different animals. Yeah, leopard being so adaptable, being able to thrive in so many different environments. Think of throughout Africa, throughout the world even. I mean, leopard do so well. I think there was actually a bit of footage that was shot on the outskirts of Mumbai, shot in, I think it was infrared, of in one frame people kind of walking in the streets there, and then there was a bridge, and then closest to the camera there was a female leopard with 2 cubs. They looked to be the size of them, roughly a year or so of age, and obviously the people were walking completely sort of unbeknown of those leopard being there.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
But all of these research projects are all very interesting. Jackie, thanks for your question. So, if I understood correctly, do birds get tagged? They do. So it's known as ringing. So a bird will be ringed. So around its sort of like ankle area, if you want to call it that, on its foot, there will be a ring that's sort of put on there. It doesn't hurt the bird at all, but that helps for the purposes of if it's sort of recaptured There would have been information that had been sort of inputted into systems and things like that you can determine, all right, this bird was ringed here on this date, it's now in this section here. So as far as I'll do a bit more reading upon it, but as far as I know, I haven't heard of much sort of tagging, something similar to like what we're talking about, those leopard, to give live sort of feedbacks. I'm just thinking about it. I'll definitely do some more reading, because I mean there must be some projects in terms of providing data where a specific bird is heading to. But definitely birds will be ringed, and in terms of the ringing process, often done through mist netting. So fine sort of nets called mist nets will be erected, and birds will kind of move from A to B, and in sort of projects you will be able to see what is the most common type of bird that comes through here. You can then have a look to see if any birds have been ringed. Those mist nets is a very fine type of fabric that doesn't injure the bird when they get caught. All of these different research projects, it's amazing. You look at geographically from area to area within South Africa, whether it's birds or animals, whatever it is, there's so much difference geographically. I mean, we were talking about leopard earlier. You look at even size differences of leopard. I mean, it's wherever you go in the world for leopard, males will be bigger than females, but you have a look at geographically within South Africa, there's a lot of different genetics in different areas. You look at leopard down in the Cape, you look at your Cape leopard, genetically tiny little things, small, with females being around even 35 kilos, tiny little things. Whereas you look at Kruger, there's been big females, 55 kilos. I mean, males in I know in certain areas of let's say Sabi Sands, sort of 85 kilos around there. That's going to be a big male leopard. You go into a little bit east, you go into sort of Skukuza area, Lower Sabi area. There's some males there that have been documented of being 90 kilograms. I know the Bavianskloof here in the Eastern Cape, the genetics of a lot of animals there is incredible. There are some huge leopards. I know there was a leopard recorded of over 100 kilos there. Waterbucks, buffaloes. There's just obviously a genetic pool there that the animals are huge. Think of Ngorongoro Crater up in East Africa. It's a relatively closed off system because of the walls of the crater. The animals can't really go in and out. But you look at your buffalo. Some of the buffaloes there are huge. Some of the biggest buffaloes in the world occur there in Ngorongoro. Nice little dazzle of zebra in the back here. Just trying to have a look to see if that's that zebra at the front there is Stompy. That male who's got that very short tail. Looks like it might be. Yeah, there we go. See that little thing waggling around? And look on the right of the zebra. Look at that road going up there. So you can see Kariega, very scenic reserve. Imagine driving up that road. There's a massive gorge to the left and looking across there. Yeah, do yourself a favor, come and visit us. Yeah, some very, very cool roads on the reserve here. Yeah, looking at that road, obviously you go from area to area. Some roads are very easy to drive, others a little bit more technical, a bit more challenging. It makes me chuckle when I first started my training to become a guide. I relied heavily on my handbrake for sort of hill starts and things like that. And you drive tricky roads like that one that we just saw going up there. You got to be comfortable with your vehicle. And I trained, I remember, for a long time. Must have been like a 6-month training or something like that. And the training that I did, if you didn't have what it took, sort of the people doing the training would kind of say, thanks for coming, but no, we don't really like you. So you'd be given a solid handoff that Eben Etzebeth would be proud of. But I finally got to having my first guests, and you're in the hot seat, and you sometimes just don't think properly. And I remember the guest asked me on the vehicle, they asked me a question, somebody on the radio asked me a question at the same time, and my tracker said something too. And instead of just saying to the guests or even to the tracker, hang on, let me just sort this out and speak on the radio, my mind went into a mush. And I didn't know who to look to the guests, the tracker, answer the radio. And there was a corner coming up, and I started to turn the corner, and the coil of the radio, of the handpiece of the radio, it's obviously connected to the set itself, got sort of stuck in and amongst the steering column of the steering wheel, and I couldn't turn the vehicle, the steering wheel, while we started going around this corner. And now I'm looking wildly between my tracker and the guests, and this corner's coming up, and it was horrendous. This was my very first drive with guests, and I ended up putting my tracker in the bush. Much to his disapproval. In retrospect, we can laugh at it, but there was nothing funny about it at the time. And it was a disaster, huh? In the end, everybody was fine. My tracker was fine, I explained the whole thing to the guests, and I guess from there my guiding career could only go up. It could only get better. Oh goodness. But I'd like to think my driving has got a bit better since then. But no, there's definitely some beautiful areas on the reserve that you can drive here. And I've got to the point of where I can stay on the road. I don't have to go into bushes or anything like that. Lovely having these zebra moving side by side amongst each other here. Nice dark background we've got behind them. You can see the grasses moving right to left. We've got a bit of a breeze here. Sammy, thanks for the question. Sure, my hardest sighting to navigate around. So I had this photographer who came from China, and he wanted to photograph lions. So we tracked the pride down. It was in the morning. Took us about 45 minutes or so, a relatively quick track. We found the pride, which was just lionesses, and he wasn't keen for lionesses, so we had a look for the male. There was a coalition of 2, and this guy had all the gear with him, so I was very keen to try and get him a male lion. But nobody had seen the dominant male in, it must have been, or the 2 dominant males in sort of 4 or 5 days. And I mentioned this to him. He said, no, he'd really love to see a dominant male. So I said, all right. So we did some serious tracking, and we got to this very, very steep sort of gorge. I mean, if you look at this in the background here, I mean, you can kind of see it. That's quite a steep hill itself. Wasn't here on Kariega, but a similar steep hill like that we got to where these tracks were very fresh, and explained to this guy, just for the sensitivity of the environment, that we were going to go off on foot, myself and my tracker, because the tracks were now quite fresh, and we'd prefer to find kind of where this lion is, and in the process of doing that, if we found it where it is on foot, we can then take the vehicle in and protect, going off-road and compressing grasses and trees and things like that, of which he understood. So we went off on foot, myself and my tracker. This is now the same tracker that I'd put into the bush when I started guiding. And on the way, walking down this very steep hill, we came across a zebra carcass, of which we knew this coalition of lions must have brought down. So we were following these tracks. It was only just one of the lions, looking at the set of the tracks. It wasn't both of them together. Male lions are known for separating every now and then. So we went down, and we just heard, and the bushes were parting, but we never saw anything. We just heard this lion charging us. And so that was enough for us. We knew the general area of where this lion was, so we went back to the vehicle and said to this photographer, this guest, we said, no, we've managed to find this lion where he is, but it's technical, it's very challenging. I mean, you look at the steepness of that hill in the background. I know it's quite hard to see through a camera, but it was a steep hill like that, and we were coming from the ridgeline, we were coming from the top, and we started to make our way down, and my tracker was on the front, on the tracker seat, helping me to navigate to get down. That's where a tracker is so important, of pointing out stumps and things like that may sort of penetrate the tires. But this certain valley that we were going down, there were so many huge rocks that if my tracker wasn't there, I would have never been able to drive down there. He was pointing out a route for me, and obviously we had the vehicle in low range second gear to increase your torque, slow down your speed. And it took us about 20 minutes to only go sort of a few hundred meters. It was very challenging to get down there. Very technical. So that was probably my hardest sort of section of sort of off-roading, to get down a steep hill like the one you can see in the background. Bear in mind there's rocks, there's little stumps, there's trees. Anyways, we got down to where we had this audio of the lion, and we hadn't got any visual of him. Then we got our first view of him, and he was charging the car. At that reserve, there was no doors on the ranger seat, on the driver's seat there, and he was charging right up to the car. And then he ran off, and he charged us a second time, and then a third time. And I said to the guest, I said, I've got no idea why he's so upset with life. He's not usually a very cranky lion, and I said, let's try one more time. If we don't want to push him and make him upset for no reason. Anyways, we finally managed to get into a position a little distance away from the lion. Obviously, we didn't want to push it too hard, but being a sort of a photographer, I think he was potentially sponsored, because he had probably like 10 different lenses with him, wide angles and a few bazookas, the 800mm. And he took like 2 or 3 pictures of this lion, and he said, no, he's now hot. He wants to go back to the lodge for breakfast. And we tracked this lion for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours. I said to him, no, surely we can stay a bit longer. So I said, no, we can go. So anyways, we started to leave the sighting, and there was a bit of movement behind this lion. We just found the single lion. It wasn't the coalition of brothers. And so I stopped, I got my binoculars up to have a look. And lo and behold, there was a live buffalo behind this male lion. And that was obviously why he'd been so furious with the vehicle coming down, is that he was obviously in the process of trying to kill this buffalo. But it was so thick, it was so hard to see there. So I said to the guy, I said, no, let's stay. There's a buffalo that's still alive, and you've got the potential to get an image here of a lion, strangling a buffalo, and it's very emotive. And yeah, I mean, that was a very tricky sighting to get down to in terms of habitat, and also the behavior of that lion. And I still laugh about it to this day. That guy wasn't interested in staying. He wanted to go back and get his breakfast. So yeah, I mean, I can laugh at that now. But it was an amazing adventure to get down there and sighting. Oh, big stretch from this buffalo here. So it's going to be interesting to see now what happens with this herd. I'm just having a look all the way on the right hand side here. Let me pan all the way across for you. This buffalo closest to us here, I've been having a good look at all the different individuals, and I'm sure that this one here is the pathfinder of the herd. She's a big female, giving me a tough time with panning here. And if you look at her horns, how they're quite closely curled together there. Yeah, she's going too far away for me to follow. I'm sure that is the pathfinder of the herd. Remember, there is a second mud wallow that I'm not too sure if she's just heading off there, but it'll be very interesting to see if anybody gets up and follows. Remember, we said there was a second female this morning. That's also quite important in terms of, it seems like she holds quite a bit of authority. And I'm kind of still trying to make up my mind which of the two leads the movement of the herd and things like that. There's not a single other buffalo that's got up for the moment. There is another male dominant bull who's quite a distance off, and she's kind of heading in that direction. But that female that we saw walking there, quite easy to ID. She's very big bodied for a female, and very small, sort of closely curling in horns. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what actually happens, because as for now, I mean, it's still very hot. Sheesh, I mean, there's not much better places to be than by the waterhole and scratching your neck on another buffalo's bum. So that other female that we saw walking to the side has kind of stopped just behind my vehicle, maybe another 20 meters or so. So she's not continuing to move off anywhere. She's right next to that other mud wallow that we talked about. But it's so interesting to try and figure out individuals within a herd like this, of who holds authority, who doesn't. Yeah. How are pathfinders determined in a herd? Thanks for the question. Wisdom is going to be a big one. Wisdom and knowledge. So obviously the pathfinders are going to hold a leadership position within that herd. So they need to know where all of the best feeding grounds are, and water when drought comes and the dry season comes. So it's usually going to be one of your older animals. It's not going to be a very young animal. With buffaloes, it's usually your females. So it's usually going to be a combination of being a female and having that wisdom, having that knowledge. As far as I know, calves aren't born into a position like that of, if you have a calf that's born from the pathfinder, that she'll automatically be the pathfinder. Remember that calf has still got to grow up in wisdom, in knowledge, to reach that position, and somebody else is going to have to take over that spot. So that's a good question. So the herd will obviously somehow elect who this pathfinder will be. This buffalo on the right here that was scratching, still putting a good show on. Just as we pan across, stops having that scratch. Oh, it's interesting watching that buffalo have a scratch there, and it kind of looks like a stretching position, like almost like a Pilates position. And I was kind of thinking about it the other day. You have a look at sort of a lot of these animals, maybe specifically cats more than your buffaloes and things like that. Your cats will often sort of lie down and kind of rest and not hunt for 2 days, 3 days, which is quite common, for, let's say, a leopard or a lion or something like that to only hunt every 3 days. So physically, their muscles they're relaxed, and if you think of something like, let's say, a cheetah, fastest land animal, for 3 days it doesn't hunt, and then all of a sudden on day 3, it goes full tilt after an impala or something like that. It always amazes me how they don't get injured in terms of pulling a tendon or a ligament or something like that, or a muscle. You think of a human. If you had to go and run 100 meters flat out as fast as you can after chilling on the couch for 2 days, there's a relatively high degree of chance, of probability that you might pull something. So I was reading up the other day of sort of stretching, animal stretching, and we see it even with the buffalo when they do get up from the mud wallow to start moving, how it's not the downward dog position of like a yoga or Pilates stretch, but where they contract all the muscles in the body. Like when we get out of bed and you kind of you have that good stretch. Kind of for the animals, how you contract all the muscles in their body as hard as they can for kind of 2-3 seconds. There's been quite a few sort of studies done on that, of how that forces large quantities of blood into those muscles, activates all those muscle fibers in the muscle, and then they're kind of good to go. It's very interesting. Yeah, I guess if that method of stretching and activating those muscles wasn't successful, you'd probably see a few more animals limping. You think of that cheetah that we were talking about, from naught to top speed, of over 100 kilometers an hour. That's in like a second and a half, 2 seconds. So it obviously works very well. Everybody slowly ruminating, doing their thing. Oh, interesting. I know we've got two very different angles of these different buffaloes here, but interesting to look at the different structure of the horns. That cow that we've got at the back, very sort of high positioned horns, how they come to the sides and then curl up straight away. They don't really go downwards too much, and look how closely they come to touching each other at the tip there. Whereas this other bigger buffalo in the foreground, even from this angle you can see the horns aren't very close together from touching compared to that one at the back. That's obviously just going to be genetic. You have a look at this this bigger bull right at the back here. You look at his set of horns, much wider apart, and even from this angle you can see that they drop down a lot more compared to that first cow that we were talking about.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
And we've got our dominant wildebeest bull here as well. He thinks he's a young buffalo. But it is quite common to see a single wildebeest by himself, at least a territorial bull. Remember, for the wildebeest, the males, the bulls, will hold an area, a territory. They quite enjoy more open areas like we're in now. So quite common for him to be here, and he is kind of hoping that some of the ladies might come across and walk into his territory, and he will then try and corral them and keep them in his territory. So he will actively maintain that territory. Remember, he's got that preorbital gland just underneath his eye that he can rub his head up against some of the trees and deposit some scent there. Scent glands by his hooves as well. So he will actively maintain his area, his territory. And you can see this is a blue wildebeest. Got those horns coming to the side and then curving upwards. Whereas remember, your black wildebeest has got the horns coming forward and downwards and then bending upwards. So not really going to the side. They've got a bit more sort of hair around the throat area as well. Different coloured tail, a much whiter tail there. You can see those horns nicely that we were talking about. One buffalo lying completely on its side there. That is the definition of a deep chill. Interesting, we haven't had any rhinos coming across to any of the mud wallows. There's a few different ones in the area here, not even far off feeding in any of the spots that I can see from here. The buffaloes have absolutely dominated this little section here today. Fiona, correct. Yes, the Pathfinder will determine when they leave the area. Pathfinder is pretty much making all the big decisions in terms of when they get up to move, where they're going to go and feed. You know, if they're coming from the feeding areas and going to a waterhole, where's the best ways to get to that waterhole? If there is a type of threat, if they get a fright from anything, if there is a potential threat, the whole herd will kind of stampede collectively, and then if they get a distance far away enough, they kind of want to assess what's happening. The Pathfinder you'll usually see sort of right at the front of the herd in the center, a few meters in front of everybody else, just assessing the situation, trying to make a decision. Is it safe to go? Should they stay? What should they do? So the Pathfinder will make all those important decisions. very interesting to see. I mean, when all of these buffalo do come down to the mud wallow, how all of the adults will actively mud wallow. This big bull, he's just kind of lifted his head and it's got in the way just as I was talking about it. But you can just see on the right hand side of his horn there how there is a little youngster just at the back. We'll stay here to see if he moves his head. But obviously as a way of cooling down, you look at something like a dog pants quite a lot, and you can see these little calves, they're breathing very quickly, very heavily. This bull's just getting his massive neck in the way. But yeah, just a little observation that I've made is that the calves don't coat themselves as solidly as some of the bigger ones do, but you physically see almost like the whole body of the calf kind of moving as it's breathing quite heavily. But this is quite a good view of the thickness of this bull's neck. Remember when two bulls are fighting for dominance to potentially mate with a female, there'll be a lot of headbutting going on, and something's got to absorb all of that impact, all of that pressure and force. And you can just see how effective that neck is going to be with so much muscle mass there. Let's have a look and see what happens here. This is one of the bigger females that's just got up that we can see. Let's have a look and see if anyone else kind of rouses themselves here. I don't know if you can see, but there are so many little goggies, little insects flying around her there, closer to her belly. I feel like that's such a South African term, goggie. You know, you see someone like flapping their hands in front of their face. You know, someone says, "What are you doing?" "No, little goggie." Look at all of the wet fur on this female here, the wet coat. And she stopped to give us the bum shot. Oh, look at the texture that all of that water's added there. No such thing as stage fright with this buffalo. I'm going to stick with this herd of buffalo and see if they do slowly start to rise, and I think in the meantime we'll take you across to one of our other locations.
Thank you, Nick. Always amazing to spend some time with buffalo, and especially if we can spend so much time with the animals. I too have been spending a lot of time with a springbok as they have been coming and going the whole day. I haven't seen wildebeest and zebra again yet, which is fairly odd. I was hoping this morning that things will start normalizing again in terms of the animal activity here at the waterhole. But who knows, hopefully they will still come around. Of course, we have had some elephants already today in Djuma, so I have definitely had my fix. And of course that amazing elephant sighting with Steve as well. And you can actually see, of course, we often see at our various locations when the animals have not been around. As I say, that has been the case for the past few days. But even if you look at marking areas such as this, it seems strange, but you can actually see a change in the soil. It's becoming very hard, which again, I know it can be a little bit tricky to see it now, but if you stare at these water holes for as long as I do, then you do start to notice things like that. So as I was saying, of course, we can actually see in terms of the animal activity in the past few days that they haven't been around as much. But you can definitely see it on the open soil areas as well, such as this marking area, as well as the various game paths. Of course, the soil won't be as disturbed as it would generally be. And even so, with the springbok and the wildebeest and the zebra slowly reappearing, they are sticking more to the background, if you can say it like that. And the reason for that is, let me just see if I can show you a bit more clearly, because it's actually better if we are a bit zoomed out. So if you look on the horizon just before the tree line, you can see a little bit of greenery. So even though the animals are slowly becoming active again, they tend to stick around there. And so, as I said, even this patch of soil, which is known as a marking area for rhinos, of course they will scruff their feet on that. Generally when they've defecated especially, they'll do that to get their dung on their feet and mark their territory as they go along. But then also the other antelope, the wildebeest. Of course, wildebeests have preorbital scent glands on their faces, so they actually rub their faces in the soil, mark their area, and then also see who else has been in the area. But again, you can see even that soil has not been disturbed in quite some time. in comparison to, what we generally see. A lot of activity every single day around the waterhole, on the game paths. I just quickly want to have a look-see, just bear with me, because earlier on I saw some bee eaters, which of course I was very excited about. I've never seen bee eaters here in the lovely Okokoyo. However, it was a little bit far away, so it was actually difficult to ID them. But let me just have a look-see. Our eagle, it seems, has also taken off. So peaceful today here in Okokoyo. And even though it is a fairly good 30 degrees Celsius, it seems like it's becoming a little bit overcast. Let me just see if I can show all of you. There's definitely some cloud cover pulling in. So I mean, not enough to completely get excited about yet. But hopefully we'll get some rain. It will be brilliant. Of course, we do need it. And on average, this location has about more or less 300 to 350 mils. But I know the 1 year there has been a record of 675 milliliters in one rain season, which of course, is very impressive. I'm actually curious as to where Djuma is currently standing on. Jim, good afternoon. You would like to know what frog calls can we expect to hear in the summertime? So we often, especially, as it becomes darker, we hear the bubbling casinas here at the water holes. You can, of course, hear red toads. The bushveld rain frog, people tend to confuse this frog with, sorry, I can't remember which frog it was now. But of course, the bushveld rain frog, you wouldn't necessarily find as much in this region. But definitely the bubbling casinas. People have even reported the red-legged casinas. Let me think what else. Of course, your southern foam nest frog, which is personally my favorite frog when it comes to their behavior. Of course, they make those foamy nests. And generally they will do it over water so that the tadpoles can fall straight into the water when they are ready. However, at this particular water hole, it wouldn't necessarily happen, but of course, there are other water holes around. So the frogs will definitely utilize that. But of course, frogs, talking about amphibians, are very, very good indicators of a healthy water system. Because frogs, for the most part, breathe through their skin. And so though, if there's a water hole that is filthy or is not in a good condition, of course, frogs won't be living there. So if you hear frog calls, that is a good indication of a healthy water system. And it's personally, for me, it's one of my favorite sounds or noises in the bush in summertime. Oh, I think that was our Egyptian geese family or Egyptian goose family. I really cannot get over how cute these little ones are. But of course we will keep an eye on them. I actually want to head us over to Djuma so I can show you the size comparison between these little ones and the ones in Djuma. So of course, as always, we do have an awesome Zoomy helping us out on the Djuma Dam Cam. But here we've also got two parents and their two youngsters as well. Now you can see the size difference is really, really radical. And in terms of age, if I had to guesstimate, these two are probably a month and a half, if I'm guessing. So in comparison to our ones that are in Ukukuyo, which I guess are only a couple of days old, a week at most, you can definitely see there is a significant difference. And as I've spoken about several times, These guys, even the black and white bird, which is a blacksmith lapwing, they have to grow very fast. Because if anything, comes to the chicks, or comes for the chicks, then they have to still be able to defend themselves, or at least try, or attempt to run away at most. But these ones they really are becoming so big so quickly. It really feels like your own family or children that you're watching growing up. And of course the terrapins having a little bit of a meeting. And Djuma can definitely also do with some rain, even though, there's still a lot of waterholes that has a lot of water in them. Of course, the bush is looking very healthy, very green, very lush. That only takes us so far. Remember, we only get summer rainfall in these regions. So all of that rain has to carry us for a good, I would say 4 to 6 months in the winter time. And the bush dries out really quickly. It's scary how quickly, as we've seen from winter to summer, how quickly it's transformed, but also from summer back to winter. Because of course we also have spring and autumn. Oh, look at that little one stretching. We also have spring and autumn, but for the main part, or for the most part, we just refer to winter and summer. Kevin, you would like to know, why do Egyptian geese stand on one leg? So these two in particular are actually undercover flamingos. No, so they do this to conserve energy, just like we see with elephants as well. I'm sure you've seen when an elephant is just chilling or perhaps just drinking some water, he will rotate his legs, lift the back leg a little bit, lift the other one. And that is actually just to sort of rest and take the weight off both legs, which doesn't make sense if you think about it. I mean, if I were to stand like that, the last thing I would be doing is resting. But that is in fact why they do it. And of course, the little ones are still very small, so they can just lie down. And again, same effect with baby elephants. Baby elephants you will often see lying down, just taking a little bit of a rest. Whereas the adults will either, as we know, just switch off one side of the brain because they have a biohemispherical brain, which actually allows them to go onto autopilot. Or, as I say, every now and again, they will just swap the legs and take a bit of weight off of it. And again, just amazing how all of these very different animals can actually coexist. The terrapins, of course, being reptiles, the lapwing and the geese being birds, but still they all survive and coexist in harmony. Which is an interesting thing because, of course, a lot of fear, between species comes from their diet. So impalas are terrified of leopards and lions because they know, haha, you guys eat us. And if you look at something like a marsh terrapin, they do also eat pieces of meat and insects and stuff like that. But I think you would be a very brave or very silly terrapin if you try and go for Egyptian geese. Or even a blacksmith lapwing.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Yes, my money is definitely on a juvenile martial eagle. If you agree, disagree, let me know. As I said, it's just a little tricky right now. I want to see the chest and the talons and the legs. For me, easiest tell with martial eagle, even if it is a juvenile, are the legs. But I think we have enough to go on to say that it is a juvenile martial eagle. Ooh, you're doing the two-step there. That doesn't seem very comfortable, but all right. You do you. And of course, martial eagles are phenomenal birds of prey. The other day we actually saw one with a monitor lizard kill. Sadly, we did not see the actual hunt, but we saw it dragging deeper into the bush. Melissa, definitely. If it vocalizes, then it is much easier to actually identify the birds of prey specifically, and I often say this with raptors, especially during this time of the year. You know, it can be a little bit tricky. If you take their juvenile state in comparison to the adult state, their breeding seasons, even their pale morph states that they find themselves in, their plumage changes a lot during their lifetime. So definitely I can actually play you the call of a martial eagle. So that is what they sound like when they do vocalize. But again, you know, it depends on what state they are in. But I'm definitely thinking this is juvenile martial eagle. I think it might even be the one that we saw the other day that caught a monitor lizard. Yes. I'm just double checking and cross-referencing on my bird app, which of course, you know, makes it super convenient. But I've checked now in my Bush Bible, my bird app, and I'm definitely going with martial eagle. And do yourself a favor, go research a juvenile martial eagle in comparison to an adult. The color of their eyes actually change as well. Of course, the feathers and everything along with it. But then also another indication that you can see is the tiny bit of spots or the stripe pattern that they have at the end of the tail. That is also a good indication for the juvenile. But it would be lovely if this guy actually did vocalize for us. And hopefully we'll go in for a kill or something. Of course, you know, they can eat anything from rodents to snakes to lizards to tortoises. Time. I want to see if it's going to take off, if it's going to vocalize. It might also, of course, get dive bombed by the smaller birds. Oh, my friend, your belly is blowing away. You look so angry. Birdie, don't blow away. It is very windy in Djuma, and you can see there's also some cloud cover pulling in. A lot of bird calls going on. The doves, the kingfishers, the buffalo weavers, all of them vocalizing. We just need you to do it, my friend. And remember, all the way from up there, and even if he's not in a tree, you know, soaring in the sky, they've got impeccable eyesight. Oh, you look so angry. Looks like a headmaster. But even all the way from there, he can see, you know, when there's a mouse perhaps moving, or a snake, or even a mongoose running, or a spring hare, or anything like that. And he will definitely go for it then. Of course, they've got very, very strong talons. And so what is interesting about eagles, you know, we tend to think they can definitely rotate their heads a full 360. I mean, if you were to do that, you would... It's not possible. So, as humans, of course, you know, we have 7 vertebrae in our neck. Now, eagles have 14. And this actually allows them to be able to turn their heads 210 degrees, which is still pretty impressive if you think about it. And of course they do need that. It's a massive advantage when they are hunting, when they are perhaps looking for anything. So of course he's now just preening his feathers. And preening refers to cleaning. Preening is cleaning. So often you'll see birds combing through their feathers. And that is essentially just making themselves look pretty. Orange-breasted bushshrike also calling. Jasper, good afternoon. You would like to know if raptors preen or morph. Remember, all birds preen. Preening is cleaning, so then they will essentially comb their feathers, make sure they get it nice and fluffy and shiny again. Morphing is specifically relevant to raptors, I always say. That is when they go through these weird and awkward stages of losing their feathers, changing their feathers. And so their plumage or the coloration of their feathers changes absolutely everything. Their looks, their circumstances, because of course, let's say this martial eagle is now going from juvenile to adult. Remember, birds see perfectly, so another martial eagle will know, okay, well, no, you're underage, I can't ask you out on a date yet, or that is an adult and perhaps ready to mate, because as I said, a lot of raptors do also change their plumage during breeding season. So all birds preen, but not all birds morph necessarily. Ooh, seems like a lot of bird life here. We just had some green wood hoopoes coming in for landing. We are going to look for the kingfishers just for now. I just want to see if we can get back to those green wood hoopoes. It is definitely by far one of the most beautiful birds as well that Africa has to offer. It seems like they are still there. And it might be a little tricky to give them our full appreciation with the sky. Now, if you do not know what these birds look like, and now you probably never will. You silly birds. There is still one. If you do not know what they look like, bird, goodness. Okay, well now you'll definitely have to go research it. It's called a green wood hoopoe, and they are absolutely stunning. As you see, they have a beautiful green fluorescence. But they also have the stunning red bill. And then they've got these white stripes on their tails. Very noisy birds, make no mistake, but very beautiful. Alrighty, we are gonna come back to Djuma now to see what these birds are up to. I do just quickly want to take us over to Ukukweyo, because I've got some babies to show you. Of course, now I just have to find them. Let's see. Look at that. We've got baby wildebeest. Finally, of course, we have seen some. Not too often though. And there are still a lot of females that have to give birth, not just with the wildebeest, but with zebras, springboks, oryxes. But it is so cool that we are now slowly starting to see the youngsters. And just look at that. Already that tiny one knows, okay, well, my mom is running, let me run as well. I'm sure many of you have heard, not just on Wild Earth, but so many documentaries about the Great Migration. These are probably one of the most impressive animals out there when it comes to their resilience and the quick adaptation, yes, of the calves. When they are actually born, how quickly they can stand, how quickly they suckle, how quickly they are in fact able to run and keep up with the herd. Ooh, Egyptian geese. I don't know if you'll manage with your tantrums with these guys. They also have little ones that they have to take care of. So as I said, these guys are really resilient out there, they're youngsters. And it's actually the animal I've seen the most births of. It was also my first animal birth was a wildebeest, as well as my last one to date was also a wildebeest. But it really is so, that's why I can vouch for them myself, because of course now I also have seen a lot of footage and documentaries, about wildebeests and how quickly they adapt, especially the youngsters. But for myself, I've actually seen it, and it really is so impressive. And the sad thing out there is if they don't adapt well enough and quick enough, they get left behind. I've told this story before, but we went out on safari once. And on our way out, I don't even know what our mission was that afternoon, but on our way, we saw something lying on the ground. And my guest said to me, "Ooh, what is that? What is that?" Because we could see a little bit of movement, but weren't really sure what is happening. And unfortunately, as we came closer and closer, it was a baby wildebeest that was left behind by the herd. And we could actually still see the tracks of the other wildebeest that had obviously taken off earlier that day. Because remember, the thing is, as soon as there's one weak one, that weak link in the chain is going to slow down everyone. It's going to make all of them look weak. And shame, this poor wildebeest was dehydrating. Of course, we are not supposed to interfere with wildlife in general, but I literally started bawling my eyes out, and I went to my cooler box and I grabbed some ice and I was just rubbing this poor thing's face, and it was so weak, it couldn't move. You could just see it breathing very difficult. And unfortunately, we had to leave it. Me being me, I wanted to put it in my pocket and take it home, but we couldn't do that. So later that evening we came back, and unfortunately a leopard did waste it in a tree, which is rather sad. But again, we have to let nature take its course. Oh, little one, are you liking the water? Oh, it's so tiny. Ooh! That little one almost just fell. Kimberly, you would like to know if wildebeests can suckle calves that aren't there. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what this one wildebeest is doing. Are you just defecating or... Sorry, Kimberly. So for the most part, we believe that no, they cannot. But that being said, I have seen it happen in nature before with other animals that we also believe, they just suckle their own young. So for the most part, no, they suckle their own. It's not like a lion that can actually allo-suckle and allow other cubs also to drink from her. So from what we learn from books and read from books, no, they cannot or they will not. Of course, we can't say cannot because anything is possible. But for the most part, they won't. But what if there's a wildebeest that needs a mommy? Come, little one, they are leaving you behind. Come. Swim time's over. You have to go now. Oh, they are just so cute. It's one of my favorite baby animals. And the color difference is due to... It's a defense mechanism, basically. Again, this is not a conscious decision that a wildebeest makes when she's pregnant. It is just nature's absolute ingenuity. And so, of course, these are animals that are mostly active during the daytime. So the babies being a lighter color actually camouflage a bit better as opposed to the adults being so dark. Whereas something like a vervet monkey, for instance, I'm sure you've seen... Mom, what? Why are these birds looking at me? I just want this baby. But sorry, vervet monkeys. I'm sure you've seen the baby vervet monkeys are completely black. Now, if you think about it, vervet monkeys are, of course, also mostly active during the day. But where do monkeys hang out? Ooh, no. Silly rocks. She just left it. What a silly mom. I will adopt you. But vervet monkeys are, of course, in dense areas, in tree areas, where, of course, they are seen mostly in the shade when they are active, if they are not on the ground. And so the babies are that dark color because they camouflage better in those areas. And this herd will, of course, do everything they can to protect all of the members. But again, if there's one slowing them down, they will unfortunately have to leave it. And these tiny babies, as we've unfortunately often seen now, they are easy pickings for something like a lion, like a leopard. Oh, that was so special, and that just gives me a lot of reassurance with regards to the animal activity. Because as I say, I was getting a little worried. Wasn't too sure where the animals were hiding. But the fact that the wildebeest are now returning, and that with their youngsters, is very, very good. Hopefully we'll see some other animals also slowly making their return in the next couple of days, like the elephants, the rhinos. We are yet to have a leopard sighting here in Okokoyo, so that too will be brilliant.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So as I said, apart from your snake eagles, you know, those sort of raptors that specifically go for reptiles, an eagle like this, a martial eagle, will eat anything from a mouse to a monitor lizard to another bird. I've seen one eat a francolin as well. And so the one morning we were on safari and my guest insisted on seeing a kill, and I said, listen, it's not something I can just email the animals about and ask them for it. And what had happened was we saw martial eagle, much like this sighting. It was just chilling and, you know, sort of googling, just doing its own thing. And it stayed stationary for quite some time. And so I decided, I told my guest, okay, just keep your eyes on this guy. I just want to see, you know, what else is around. Because sometimes birds can keep you busy like this for quite some time. And so I took my binoculars out, and you see now it's being dive bombed. What is that? I will tell you my story in a bit. I'm confused. Just bear with me. I'm just trying to get some information. I'm trying to figure out what that bird was. But of course, it was definitely also a bird of prey of some sort. I'm leaning more towards a hawk just because of the feathers or the wingspan. But it was difficult to actually obviously see him. And Picasso, this morning you asked me if birds collide. Yes, they do sometimes, but of course that will be for competition of food or whatever the case is. Again, just bear with me. I want to see if this bird is going to return that was doing the mobbing. I'm trying to see if it's going to call again. And of course, now the other bird is quiet. It has disappeared. I was hoping it would come back to continue the mobbing. And our kingfisher, the chichir, the woodlands kingfisher calling. By far one of my favorite bird calls. And it's really fascinating how we can, often here on the Djuma Dam Cam, specifically with the raptors, how we can spend so much time with them. And they just sit still, stay stationary. But somehow we miss a kill like a monitor lizard. They're almost like leopards. Very elusive, very sneaky and cheeky. They will show themselves with whatever they have to offer when it suits them. But that being said, of course, the animals don't even know that we are watching them. They are not here to put on a show for us or to try and impress us. They are just doing what they do best. Woo! These kingfishers are very close to the dam cam, it seems. You can hear that vocalization was really, really loud. And believe it or not, this dam camera is not a drone, so it is not in the air. It is, of course, not in a tree, but onto a tree. And so often the kingfishers will just be out of reach. Not just the kingfishers, the buffalo weavers. We often have a lot of birds that are vocalizing, and it's right above us, but we just can't get to them. It seems like our blacksmith lapwings and our Egyptian geese have now finally gotten up after their snuggle session or their nap. You can see it is also becoming a little bit more sunny now. The wind has died down a little bit. So I think that will now cause the animals to become a little bit more active. It is the exact same with me, I have to say. When it's overcast, cloudy, gloomy, I am probably the least productive person on this planet. I can actually graft and work and be super productive in the heat of the day. But when it is just a little bit cloudy, I do exactly what those Egyptian geese and the lapwings did earlier on. Tuck myself in and just chill. Henry, you would like to know how do raptors establish their territory? Well, pretty much it's like house hunting. You hope for the best, you find the neighborhood you like, and then hope no one lives in your dream house. It's really the same all around, all across the globe with all of the animals, as I say, especially with raptors. You know, a juvenile is not going to try and challenge an adult. Just like with leopards and lions, there is a hierarchy and age is definitely an advantage. So as soon as a raptor becomes an adult, they will sort of find their area that they like and establish their territory if it has not yet been established by another eagle. And if it has, of course, they will be chased away. We see this with something like a rhino as well, and with other animals. But if they overstep a territory, they will get chased out. So I mean, if they sort of establish a territory and have not been challenged, then they know, okay, well, I can now slowly start to tile the place, paint it the color I like, make it my own. And as I say, they will, as soon as they have now then also joined all of the dating apps, found their better half, they will then also find a nesting site or establish a nesting site if they don't find one. And they will continue using that nesting site for as long as they can. Which, if you think about it, is very clever. Imagine you had to build a nest every single year. It seems like we've got some bird activity over here. Starlings, it seems. And I'm guessing the kingfishers are probably in the tree that our dam cam is in. Therefore we cannot see them, but definitely hear them very, very loudly. Very strange, we can't find the kingfishers. But as I say, I do think they are right above the dam cam and just out of reach for us. But we've still got some lapwings and some terrapins that are sticking around. Taking some me time. And our eagle is still around. Danielle, good afternoon. You would like to know what is the parenting style of terrapins? Terrapins are very strange creatures. And I say this because I always find it so interesting, you know, especially with crocodiles. As that's nice. No, how is that comfortable? I was just about to say. Sorry, but with terrapins, I always find it so interesting, like with crocodiles and tortoises as well, how they just leave their young. So terrapins will actually, you know, the male and the female would do their thing, and they actually do mate in water. And then anything from 30 to 40 eggs are actually laid in a burrow, and they hatch. Generally, they hatch anything from 2.5 to 3 months. But then, just like you see with a lot of other reptiles, the tiny ones have to fend for themselves and sort of just grow up. Which I always think is so interesting, you know, especially with the reptiles that we find. They just sort of have to now, you know, do your thing, good luck, have fun, hope you survive. Because like with rocktails, goodness, crocodiles as well. Of course, you know, the female will lay the eggs. And then often when they do hatch, they will find the mother again. But it's also not a long bonding process or anything like that. So often with your reptiles, they do sort of have to fend for themselves. And just like the tortoises, just like the monitor lizards, just like crocodiles, it sounds like a lot of eggs. But of course, you know, all of those eggs don't survive. The day before yesterday, we saw banded mongoose in Okukuyo that were busy digging for something, and they are known for digging up eggs of animals. Whether it's bird eggs or reptile eggs, they will definitely dig that up and unfortunately eat that. Oh man, I wish we could take a photo of this now. It's almost got the perfect light behind it. Because the cloud cover is now slowly moving, but it's also allowing a lot of sunlight to actually fall through. Raptors are probably one of your coolest birds to photograph, especially in weather like this, where it's not completely overcast, but it's also not complete harsh sunlight on them. And if you're only joining us now, we've got a beautiful juvenile martial eagle. Of course, still not in its full plumage of that of an adult. Fairly sizable, but I think it could still grow a little bit. And if you are only joining us now today, we've had some baby wildebeest in Ukukweyo. Our goslings are still, all 6 of them, alive and well. Steve has had some elephants. We've had some elephants here in Djuma. Beautiful herd with babies. What else? Some wonderful zebras, giraffes, elands with Nick and Steve. So it has been a wonderful day on Escape to Nature. Alrighty, well, I will keep an eye, along with our wonderful Zoomy, on the Djuma Dam Cam and just check what this eagle is going to get up to. But it's been stationary for quite some time now. So I think let us head on over to Ukukweyo for the last bit and see if we're going to get a last minute surprise. Now I'm just taking another scan around. You can see we do still have some wildebeest far away from the water, closer to the tree line. We've got our springbok. I really need to see a baby springbok. Then my life is complete. No, not really. I still have a lot of things to do. Just really wondering what is the case with the blacksmith lapwings. As I said yesterday, they were all around as well. Yesterday we saw a good 30 to 40 blacksmith lapwings all at once next to the water, and these guys as well. Every time they fly away, but then they come back to this exact spot. Wonder what is happening.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
just want to see if I can find this parent throwing a tantrum. As I say, it's rather hilarious when they do it with a springbok specifically. The springbok just sort of give them this look of, what are you doing? I'm not at all scared of you. But no, it seems like they're just being noisy because they can. Oh, that was such a beautiful family. Donovan, you are saying thank you for everything, all of the sightings and everything that we've seen today. You are welcome and thank you for joining us. We really did see a lot of things, you are correct. I am at peace and I am finally happy because we saw some elephants on the Djuma Dam Cam. As I said, I don't care if it's the Okokweyo Dam Cam or the Djuma Dam Cam, as long as we see some for ourselves. And we did have a brilliant sighting of Ellies today. And of course the baby wildebeest. These adorable guys. I absolutely love them. But it has been an awesome day, Donovan. And thank you to all of you. As always, thank you for your questions, your comments, your suggestions. We really cannot tell you how much it means to all of us that you jump on board with us and just go on safari with all of us, because that really is what it is. But of course you can definitely stay tuned for Penguin Beach as well, where you can ask more questions. And then Sunset Safari. We are still in theme of our waterhole weekend. So we'll see what we can find at the various waterholes this afternoon, the various naturalists. And hopefully they will show you a lot of incredible things. But it really has been such a beautiful day. Oh, these guys. They really are so beautiful. I wonder what they're playing with there. But please do join us again tomorrow for Escape to Nature, same time, same place. I will rack my brain as to what quiz we can do tomorrow. I will hopefully make it a good one yet again. See how much fun we can have. Oh, these guys are so fluffy. But as I say, we'll definitely see you again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. Please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach, for Sunset Safari, for all of the fun things that we get up to. And as always, keep your questions, comments and suggestions and everything coming. You guys really are the heart of our safaris. I really want one. I can't get over their cuteness. But from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, it has been an absolute blast. From Steve all the way in Madikwe, thank you so much. And of course from Nick in Kariga, thank you to all of you that have joined us for beautiful Escape to Nature, that have asked us so many questions, and that of course has just enjoyed Mother Nature with all of us. We hope you have a beautiful Sunday, and we'll see you again tomorrow. I'm just going to leave you with a beautiful scene of this nice waterhole. Oh, we might get some rain.